continents. As huge floating islands on the surface of the globe have merged and separated repeatedly, creating new worlds and shaping the history of our planet. Today, we invite you to take an incredible journey through the modern continents of the Earth, where we will explore the uniqueness of each of them. Let's dive beneath the ice sheets of Antarctica to find out if life exists here, which has been isolated for millions of years and has followed its unique path of evolution. Let's explore what lies beneath the vast sands and rugged landscapes of Africa, and what lies beneath their depths. Why is the continent on the brink of tremendous change, slowly but inevitably splitting in two? Discover why no one lives in Central Australia and what secrets its mysterious forbidden zones hide. Find out why North America is a magnet for tornadoes and how great the threat from the Yellowstone supervolcano is. Then we'll travel to South America to visit the furthest point of the Earth's surface from the center and explore a location where it hasn't rained in 400 years. We'll discover ancient cities resting at the bottom of lakes. And finally, Eurasia will reveal to us the secrets of the epic natural disasters that raised the majestic Mount Everest, the highest point on our planet. We will also get acquainted with the infernal entity encircling the Pacific Ocean, the Ring of Fire, the length of which is about 40,000 kilometers. The continents of planet Earth. Please support our channel by giving us a thumbs up and subscribing. This will help YouTube understand the value of this content. These lands once became the cradle of humanity, but now they are among the most dangerous places for human life. Barren deserts give way to luscious nature, but some of nature's dangers are greater than the scorching sun. These lands have some of the richest natural resources, yet some of the poorest communities in the world. It's hard to imagine a place that is more controversial than this. But what do we actually know about this vast and mysterious continent? Did you know that most people have a distorted perception of Africa's size due to flawed mapping? Is it true that Africa is set to split in two, and this process has already begun? Could the largest dormant volcano on the continent wake up? And what are those peculiar giant structures with precise geometric shapes that one can see from space? Today, we'll embark on a journey through Africa, trying to see it from a quite unusual perspective. Africa. Africa is the most central continent in the world, intersected by both the prime meridian and the equator. Mainly for this reason, Africa is coincidentally the hottest continent. Although the highest temperature ever wasn't recorded here, no land can compare to Africa in terms of the area of hot regions. However, Africa is also a land of strange contrasts and unexpected combinations. Let's take a closer look at some of them. All of the world's 10 poorest countries are in Africa, making it the continent with the poorest population. At the same time, Africa harbors a third of all the planet's valuable mineral resources. In stark contrast to pervasive poverty and occasional famines, there are also cities like Libreville, the capital of Gabon. In the early 2000s, it made its way to the top of the list of the most expensive cities for expatriates worldwide. Yet, there's also Mogadishu, the capital of Somalia and one of the world's most dangerous cities. The number of ethnic groups on the continent is estimated to be between 500 to 3,000. Over 2,000 languages are spoken here. With 170 million speakers, Arabic takes the lead as the most widely spoken language. It's followed closely by English, with 130 million speakers, then Swahili, French, Berber, Hausa, and Portuguese. Currently, the total population of Africa is almost 1.5 billion people. Analysts predict that this number will double by 2050. The most populous country is Nigeria, with approximately 191 million residents. However, the largest city in Africa is Cairo, the capital of Egypt, housing over 10 million people. Surprisingly, Nigeria has the highest twin birth rate in the world. About 50 out of every 1,000 births in Nigeria are twins. This rate is several times higher than the global average. In recent years, the average life expectancy in Africa has increased from 39 years to 64. However, it's still one of the lowest rates worldwide. Moreover, the continent's population is very young, with over half the population being under 25. Islam is the primary religion in Africa, followed by Christianity, which collectively account for 85% of the population. Unfortunately, nearly 40% of the entire African population is illiterate. Ethiopia, Chad, Gambia, and Sierra Leone are sadly at the top of this list. Only 31% of the continent's population has a secondary education. At the same time, one of the world's oldest universities lies in Timbuktu, Mali. It was established in the 12th century. At its peak, it enrolled 25,000 students out of a national population of 100,000. Such striking contrasts. Kenya is globally renowned for its runners. For instance, in 2010, Kenyans won 126 out of 156 international marathons. Most of these champions belong to the Kalenjin tribe. Scientists are still trying to unravel the mystery behind this phenomenon. And here's another interesting tidbit. The shortest war in history took place here, lasting only 38 minutes. This occurred on August 27, 1896. The conflict was between the Sultanate of Zanzibar and none other than Great Britain. And this wasn't merely a symbolic display of power, but real armed hostilities. British ships bombarded the Sultan's palace and troop positions. Here's a brief account of those events. On August 25, 1896, Sultan Hamad bin Thuwaini passed away. His cousins, Hamoud bin Muhammad and Khalid bin Bargash, vied for the throne. Britain supported Hamoud, while Germany supported Khalid, who seized power through a coup, interfering with the British plan. With 150 Marines and 900 Zanzibari soldiers opposing Khalid, Admiral Harry Rawson's fleet surrounded the Sultan's palace from the sea. Khalid managed to mobilize around 2,800 soldiers. The British issued an ultimatum to Khalid: either relinquish the throne by 9 a.m. on August 27th or be at war with Great Britain. An hour before the deadline, the Sultan's envoys approached the British headquarters, seeking negotiations. However, the British insisted on a complete surrender before there could be any negotiations. The Sultan didn't believe the British would actually strike, but precisely at 9 a.m., the troops were given the command to fire. The British began shelling with high explosive rounds, destroying Zanzibari defenses and the Sultan's palace. They were joined by machine guns and rifle volleys. The cruiser St. George decimated Zanzibar's only ship, the Glasgow, with a single salvo. After some time, the Sultan's palace lay in ruins. But the flag wasn't lowered, so the fleet continued its decimating fire. Ironically, there was no one there to lower the flag because everyone had fled the palace in the first minutes of the bombardment. Only when a projectile knocked down the Zanzibari flag above the palace did the firing stop. Over 500 Zanzibaris perished. Britain's losses accounted to one slightly wounded officer. This 38-minute confrontation is referred to in the Guinness Book of World Records as the shortest war in history. However, the war with Britain, even if it lasted just half an hour, is far from being the most peculiar event in Africa. What if I told you this? In the 1960s, Zambia had its own space program that included manned missions to Mars. This was amidst the intense space race between two superpowers, the USA and the USSR. So, does it mean that Zambia was genuinely planning to send people to Mars at that time? What fresh hell is this? In reality, Zambia's history did have such a chapter, but it was more of a PR stunt than a real plan. The publicity ploy was done by the talented public figure and World War II veteran Edward Festus Makuka Nicoloso. Of course, no one was serious about designing any rockets. What else do we know about Africa? The image of the Egyptian pyramids immediately springs to mind. But did you know that Sudan has twice as many pyramids as Egypt? According to different estimates, the rough number is 250. Admittedly, they are smaller in size and therefore less popular among tourists. From just this glimpse, you can see that Africa is a world in itself, vast, varied, and unparalleled. And how does it all fit on a continent that, as seen on the map, isn't much larger than the territory of the USA? Many people think this way about Africa, and they are in for a big surprise. Compared to other continents, Africa is actually much larger than what we see on maps. And no, there's no conspiracy theory here suggesting that authorities are hiding something, but this only makes it more intriguing. Let's start with the numbers. Africa's area is 30,370,000 square kilometers, 11,730,000 square miles. Is that a lot or a little? To put this into perspective, the continental USA covers 7,664,000 square kilometers, 3,531,905 square miles. Hold on. So does it mean Africa is almost 4 times larger than the USA? Yet, what do we see on the maps? Thing is, the world map we're used to is merely a simplified representation. There is no perfect flat map of the Earth, and it cannot exist because the Earth is spherical. On flat maps, it's absolutely impossible to depict continents in a way that reflects their actual sizes, since the surface of a sphere can't be represented on a plane without distortion. To fit geographical objects onto a plane, geographers had to comprise the distorted shapes and sizes of the objects. Currently, one of the main standard cartographic projections is the Mercator projection. It was invented by the Flemish geographer and cartographer Gerardus Mercator in 1569 and remains a standard for marine navigation. The Mercator projection hangs on geography classroom walls and is used by Google Maps. It's ideal for navigation, but falls short when it comes to specific areas. The closer to the poles, the more distorted the picture looks compared to the actual area. Relatively small-sized Greenland, which is smaller than Congo, appears to be gigantic, whereas Africa, being at the center, is depicted on maps almost without any distortions, so it doesn't seem enlarged. That's why most people from childhood don't realize how huge Africa really is, and at the same time, overestimate the considerably more modest sizes of the USA, Canada, Greenland, or Russia. In reality, Africa is larger than the combined areas of the USA, China, India, and almost all of Europe. Or, for instance, Africa has enough territory to easily fit 3 Canadas. Even India would appear to be a far less prominent peninsula when placed within African territory. The Sahara Desert alone could accommodate the entire continental part of the USA, and there would still be plenty of room left. Speaking of the Sahara, we'll discuss it in more detail later. Stay tuned for some amazing discoveries. And while we're at it, let's dive deeper into this geographical puzzle and consider when exactly Africa acquired its current shape. After all, you've got to admit, in terms of shape, it's one of the most, if not the most, recognizable continent. Was there a time when Africa looked strikingly different from its current shape? Or perhaps it didn't exist at all? Let's recall that about every 500 million years, in their never-ending journey across the Earth's surface, tectonic plates join all continents together into a supercontinent that unites all, or nearly all, of the planet's landmass. We've previously explored the topic of supercontinents in another video. Scientists are certain about the last continent cluster called Pangaea. It began breaking apart during the Jurassic period, which lasted from about 190 to 135 million years ago. The timeline when Africa, drifting northwards, neared the Eurasian landmass is more definitively established by scientists at around 19 million years ago. A spacious isthmus emerged, dividing the ancient Tethys Ocean into two parts. It served as a kind of bridge between the two continents. But if you look at Gondwana prior to the split, you can easily recognize Africa's outlines. It's quite possible that the continent had a similar shape during previous supercontinent formation cycles. However, the further back in time we go, the hazier our understanding becomes. Ultimately, there was a time in Earth's history when the familiar Africa didn't exist and was only forming from separate massive chunks. The traces of these titanic processes can still be seen on the continent's body. Mountain ranges and plateaus are places where tectonic plates couldn't properly avoid each other during their drift, and so they clashed, forcing huge amounts of rock upwards. However, there are also places where Africa is cracking in the most literal sense. Just recently, in 2018, media outlets were abuzz with alarming headlines like, "A vast chasm in Africa may split up the continent." Remarkably, despite the fact that headlines reeked of yellow journalism, they genuinely reflected the truth. Initial reports came from Kenya, Ethiopia, and Tanzania. Majestic, yet horrifying footage showed entire countries literally cracking at the seams. Aerial shots revealed a massive rift cutting through roads and fields, some sections being tens of meters wide. In some places, people were trying to fill the gaps, naively hoping it might help for a while. But the prognosis is grim. Such rifts in Africa aren't solitary phenomena, and the process is relentlessly progressing. With no exaggeration, one can say that a new geological structure is being formed right here. In fact, scientists have long known about the tectonic processes beneath the continent, but few expected they would become so evident so quickly. This naturally raises a question. Will Africa eventually split apart? And if so, when will this happen? To answer this question, it's essential to look at the region's tectonic plates. The vast chasm is giving rise to a depression known as the East African Rift. It consists of a series of valleys spanning, by some estimates, up to 7,000 kilometers, 4,350 miles from the Red Sea to Mozambique. The African Rift is a global phenomenon that spans the area of 9 countries: Mozambique, Malawi, Tanzania, Zaire, now known as the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. It has a bifurcated structure, with each of the branches encompassing Lake Victoria from the west and the east. The East African Rift began to form about 35 million years ago between Arabia and the Horn of Africa in the eastern part of the continent. It likely formed between Kenya and Ethiopia due to the heat surges from the asthenosphere, the hotter and more pliable upper section of Earth's mantle. This heat caused an expansion and uplift of the Earth's crust, causing the brittle continental rock to stretch and fracture. This resulted in robust volcanic activity, prompting the formation of the picturesque Mount Kilimanjaro, Africa's highest peak. We'll delve deeper into this incredible natural wonder in a moment. Subsequently, the East African Rift expanded southward, reaching northern Kenya 25 million years ago. According to NASA's Earth Observatory, along this monumental rift in eastern Africa, the Somali tectonic plate is moving eastward away from the larger, older section of the continent, the Nubian tectonic plate. The Somali and Nubian plates are also diverging from the Arabian plate to the north. These plates intersect in the Afar region of Ethiopia, creating a Y-shaped rift system. The western rift expands from Uganda to Malawi. The eastern branch is quite arid, while the western branch is quite greener, lying on the edge of the Congolese tropical forests. The presence of the eastern and western rifts, as well as the discovery of earthquake zones and volcanoes, indicate that Africa is slowly splitting along multiple lines, collectively moving more than 6.35 millimeters, a quarter of an inch per year. As for Africa's potential split-up, numerous theories exist on how it might happen. According to one scenario, a significant portion of the Somali plate will separate from the rest of the African continent, forming a sea between them. Based on some scientific findings, this new landmass will encompass Somalia, Eritrea, and Djibouti, as well as the eastern parts of Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, and Mozambique. An alternative scenario suggests that only the eastern parts of Tanzania and Mozambique would break away. With this being said, the vast majority of the current African continent will remain intact. At the same time, a fairly large separate chunk of land will emerge. Will it be considered an island, or will our descendants view it as a small continent? Perhaps we'll find out in about 50 million years. In the end, Africa might not split at all. The geological forces driving the rifts might be too slow to divide the Somali and Nubian plates. A prime example of a failed rift elsewhere on the globe is the Mid-Continent Rift, spanning about 3,000 kilometers, 1,864 miles, across part of North America. Scientists can't definitively say if the rifting will continue at its current rate, eventually forming an oceanic basin similar to the Red Sea. It may as well accelerate, or conversely, come to a halt. In any case, the process will take millions of years. We've been given the chance to witness firsthand its progression and implications. It serves as a reminder of how fragile and vulnerable humanity is against the powerful forces hidden within the depths of the planet. However, Africa's depths hide more than just destructive forces. By rough estimates, the African continent holds about a third of all the world's natural resources, and the region to the south of the Sahara remains largely unexploited. And this doesn't only apply to minerals found in other parts of the world, such as oil, gas, and coal. On the contrary, at some point, the continent became a massive laboratory for producing extremely rare chemical compounds. To this day, geologists primarily find them in Africa and hardly anywhere else. A most vivid example is columbite tantalite, or coltan for short. This metal is indispensable in manufacturing modern electronics. It is a heat-resistant natural formation that is considered one of the most valuable exports from the entire African continent. Africa accounts for 80% of its global reserves. The majority of these reserves lie in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Or take, for instance, the Republic of Guinea. It has the world's primary deposits of bauxite, the main raw material for aluminum production. Up to 40% of all global reserves are concentrated here, with another 7 to 9% in Cameroon and Mali. Most diamonds on the planet are also mined in Africa. Botswana ranks second in the world after Russia in diamond production. And the top 10 also include Namibia, Angola, South Africa, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Zimbabwe, and Sierra Leone. And this is just a fraction of the continent's mineral wealth. But it's not just minerals that make Africa valuable. It possesses treasures whose price is far above rubies. Of course, we are talking about the beauty of nature. We have already mentioned Mount Kilimanjaro, which, in terms of recognizable outlines, does not yield to the famous Mount Fuji in Japan or the Matterhorn in Switzerland. Undoubtedly, it is one of the hallmarks of Africa, and largely its symbol. Kilimanjaro is one of the 7 highest peaks in all parts of the world, along with Everest in Asia, Aconcagua in South America, Denali in North America, Elbrus in Europe. The peak was originally named after Kaiser Wilhelm. This happened in 1902. 16 years later, it was renamed and got the name which was more appropriate for these areas. Swahili is considered to be the most common language in Africa. In it, the phrase Kilimanjaro means shining mountain or white peak. Although, to tell the truth, no one knows the exact meaning. Clearly, one meant the snow cap that constantly lies on the mountain. Currently, there are 16 glaciers on the slopes of the volcano. Kilimanjaro is part of the East African Mountains, which in turn are part of the East African Rift. It is located at a distance of 80 kilometers, 50 miles directly from the Rift Valley. The mountain is very popular among both experienced travelers and beginners and adventure seekers. This is because climbing Kilimanjaro is considered to be the easiest, if compared to the other peaks of the above-mentioned record holders. No special skills and equipment are required for climbing. You do not need a rope, a body harness, climbing crampons, ice axes, let alone oxygen cylinders. So Kilimanjaro is more like a peak for hiking, not for mountaineering or rock climbing. But nevertheless, it is huge. Not only is it the highest peak in Africa, it is also the highest freestanding mountain in the world. And it is extraordinarily spectacular because of the contrast and dramatic difference in height. After all, there are no other mountains nearby to undermine the impact. The height of Kilimanjaro reaches 5,895 meters, 19,341 feet above sea level. The satellite image clearly shows that the mountain has an oval shape and plan. Its area reaches almost 390,000 hectares, 963,710 acres. This is more than the area of Luxembourg or Mauritius. The giant's dimensions are 50 by 70 kilometers, 31 by 43 miles. The volcano can be seen from the height as if it were in the palm of your hand, and it stands in the middle of an absolutely flat savanna. It is only 340 kilometers, 211 miles from here to the equator. The Indian Ocean is even closer, 270 kilometers, or 167 miles. We're mostly used to this view of Kilimanjaro because it's the most spectacular perspective, and it's the one that's most often used as an illustration in travel brochures. But this is only one part of the volcano, although the most spectacular one. In fact, it is a huge structure, which looks like this as a whole. Here, you can clearly see that Kilimanjaro has more than one peak. In fact, there are as many as 3 of them. In the western part of the volcanic cone stands Shira, 3,962 meters, or 13,000 feet. The center is adorned with Kibo, 5,895 meters, 19,340 feet. This peak grants Kilimanjaro the status of Africa's highest summit. From the east, Mwenzi closes the top 3 with 5,149 meters, 16,893 feet. Okay, we found out that Kilimanjaro is a huge stratovolcano, but somehow we've never heard of any eruptions of it. Indeed, reports of the most recent eruption vary widely. Scientists believe it took place about 200,000 years ago. Now, the giant is asleep, only occasionally releasing gases into the atmosphere. However, geologists believe that this serenity is deceptive. Molten magma is bubbling at a depth of 400 meters, 1,300 feet under the crater. which can lead to its sudden collapse and activation of the volcano. This is exactly the story of another stratovolcano, Mount St. Helens in the US. And Kilimanjaro has had small rockfalls in the past. But for now, there are no signs of an imminent eruption, and the mountain appears in all its natural wealth and diversity of life forms it harbors. As Kilimanjaro is very high, its slopes are characterized by distinct climatic zones. At the bottom, up to a height of 1,800 meters, 5,900 feet, the so-called bushland is spread out. It is a dense thicket of bushes and small trees. It receives up to 100 centimeters, 39 inches of precipitation per year, and the average annual temperature is around 25 degrees Celsius. The bushland is followed by the rainforest. In this zone, clouds hang over the ground almost constantly, providing up to 2 meters of rainfall per year. In such heavenly conditions, the vegetation just goes crazy in the good sense. However, the temperature drops significantly at night. Heather meadows are spread at altitudes from 2,800 to 4,000 meters, 9,186 to 13,123 feet. The name speaks for itself. Heather grows here, sometimes reaching huge sizes. But the higher up, the less precipitation there is, so the height of the trees decreases. Then, high mountain wasteland continues up to an altitude of 5,000 meters, 16,404 feet. The vegetation is scarce here, and the temperature varies from 0 to 35 degrees Celsius, 32 to 95 degrees Fahrenheit during the day. At the very top, there is an Arctic zone. And this is where we come to a very sad moment. We all know this mountain well, not only for its spectacular shape, but also for its famous snowcap. This is a special highlight of the volcano, as it is located almost at the very equator. The last thing you would associate with the equator is snow and glaciers. But Kilimanjaro has them. The snowcap formed 11,000 years ago in the midst of the last ice age, and it looks like these ancient ice caps regrettably won't last much longer. Our planet is rapidly losing glaciers, and this process, according to many scientists, is already irreversible. The ice blocks will melt in many places on Earth anyway. Lately, scientists and governments of many countries have united their efforts for the sake of preventing global warming. But it is likely that about 10% of all glaciers on our planet will disappear anyway by 2050. Scientists have already shared a list of locations where the ice, which seemed eternal, will melt. In total, there are 50 such locations, including the highest peak in Africa, Kilimanjaro. Here's what the mountain's snowcap looked like in the years 1912 and 1993. And here's how it looks now. The figures quoted by scientists researching the problem are quite alarming. At the beginning of the 21st century, the area covered by snow amounted to 2 square kilometers, 0.77 square miles, whereas 100 years ago, it amounted to 12.2 square kilometers, or 4.63 square miles. In the second half of the 20th century, the thickness of the snow cover has decreased by an average of 17 meters, 56 feet, and apparently it continues to melt rapidly. Obviously, the glacier on Kilimanjaro can no longer be saved. Nevertheless, we cannot say that it is very threatening to the nature of Africa. There are strong stereotypes that Africa is just a vast hot desert. The imagination conjures up vast savannas, hot sun, cracked earth, and people who daily have to search for fresh water, collecting it by drops. In general, this picture does make sense, but this is the case only in the region of South Sahara, while in other parts of the continent, the unusual panorama may well look like this. In Africa, lakes do not have a special localization and can be found all over the continent. The only exception is the East African Rift Valley, where the Great African Lakes are located. The arid climate does not prevent the reservoirs from being centers of life, although some of them are highly dependent on the rainy season and may almost completely dry up at other times. The authorities of several countries are concerned about environmental protection and have established national parks and reserves near the most picturesque lakes. Many associate Lake Chad with Africa, but the largest lake in Africa is actually Victoria. It is part of the territory of Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. Its area is 69,000 square kilometers, 26,641 square miles. The maximum depth is about 84 meters, 275 feet. In ecological terms, according to scientists, the lake is in a very bad state. Up to 1950, there were more than 500 species of fish in the lake. But in order to increase the fish population, the Nile perch was once released into the waters of the lake. This had the somewhat opposite effect: the extinction of more than 50% of the native fish species. In addition, the fish population decreased due to water lilies, because they absorb a significant amount of oxygen from the water. Lilies did not appear here by accident either. They were brought in relatively recently, in the early 20th century. Their tendrils and leaves also block the inflow and outflow of water from the lake, which significantly worsens fishing and navigation. Nevertheless, Lake Victoria remains a striking landmark in Africa and attracts fans of exotic beauty from all over the world. As for the famous Lake Chad, here we come again to the sad drama towards which the global climate is moving by leaps and bounds. We still remember Lake Chad on school maps like this, but in fact, this picture is no longer true. The actual shape of the lake is now like this. Yes, ecologists are alarmed that the lake is gradually drying up. The lake is shallow itself. The maximum depth is barely 10 meters, 33 feet, and the average depth is about a meter. The water level has always varied from season to season, but now the situation is really threatening, and it is especially upsetting when you look at the lush of life this dying lake has sheltered. The fauna and flora is astonishingly diverse. Hippos munching grass, crocodiles waiting for prey that lost its vigilance, antelopes and buffaloes grazing on the shores, lions chasing zebras, and rhinos marching proudly. The feathered tribe includes marvelous flamingos or pelicans. Also, European birds come here seasonally. However, not all lakes in Africa are endangered. Many are doing just fine and even setting records. So, one of the deepest freshwater reservoirs on the planet, Tanganyika, is also considered the longest lake on Earth. It is one of the great African lakes, and by its size and age, it yields only to Lake Baikal, and still only a little. The water surface area of 231,000 square kilometers, 89,189 square miles, is divided between 4 states: Tanzania, Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, and Burundi. The average depth of the lake is 570 meters, 1,870 feet, and the maximum depth is 1,470 meters, 4,822 feet. The width of the reservoir is 72 kilometers, 45 miles, and its length, this is already a record, reaches 676 kilometers, or 420 miles. The water is so crystal clear that one can distinguish the objects under a thickness of 30 meters, 98 feet from the surface. This giant natural reservoir was formed about 10 million years ago during the formation of the East African crustal rift system. The lake is fed by many inflows, the largest of which are the Malagarisi and Ruzizi rivers, while only the Lukuga River flows out of the lake and down into the Congo River, carrying its waves to the Atlantic Ocean. The honor of discovering Tanganyika belongs to British travelers John Speke and Richard Burton, who visited the region in 1858. The legendary explorer of Africa, David Livingstone, who searched for the source of the Nile, also made a great contribution to the study of the banks. Lake Tanganyika even became a battlefield between German, British, and Belgian troops during the First World War. The former military vessel Graf von Goetzen, renamed as the Liemba Ferry and serving peaceful purposes for 100 years now, remains as a reminder of those years. Tanganyika is inhabited to depths of about 200 meters, 124 feet, below which the increased concentration of hydrogen sulfide prevents the spread of living organisms. As the level decreases, the water temperature drops. While near the surface, it is often warmed up to 30 degrees Celsius, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. In the bottom depths is only 6 to 8 degrees Celsius, 43 to 46 degrees Fahrenheit. Thanks to the depth and isolation of the reservoir, unique water populations have formed in it. The most notable vegetation is the beautiful Nymphaea lilies and lushly growing water hyacinths. The fauna of Tanganyika includes hippos, crocodiles, swamp turtles, a variety of waterfowl, crustaceans, mollusks, and small jellyfish, over 200 species of fish, of which 170 are endemic. The most famous endemic species of Tanganyika are cichlids, as 98% of these fish live here and cannot be found almost anywhere else. They are extremely diverse. The size ranges from a couple of centimeters to a meter, and the colors are notable for their brightness and bizarre patterns. The beauty and interesting behavior of these fish have been attracting aquarists all over the world for many years. Our journey through Africa would be incomplete without a trip to the main attraction, the Sahara Desert. But obviously, this is not a place that can be visited on the fly. It's a gigantic and completely unique territory that holds many amazing secrets. Earlier, we posted a video, What is Under the Sands of the Sahara? Now, we will recall the most interesting moments associated with this largest and most famous desert. Beginning on the shore of the Atlantic Ocean, it stretches thousands of kilometers to the east, all the way to the Nile. 9 million square kilometers is almost the area of Europe, but the desert is still relentlessly expanding its space. From the bird's eye view, one can see dried valleys, high plateaus, and mountain gorges. The Sahara is also very fascinating with its natural sights. One of the most outstanding is the White Desert, which is located in Egypt. Compared to the entire Sahara, it is a very small area, only 300 square kilometers, 115 square miles. The desert is really white in color because of the karst formations, which greatly contrast with the yellow sand. At night, by moonlight and twinkling stars, this place resembles Arctic landscapes. Bizarre forms of the White Desert were formed thanks to the ocean. Tens of millions of years ago, the Sahara, and this place in particular, was the bottom of a vast, ancient Tethys Ocean. For many millions of years, the remains of living organisms accumulated on the bottom and formed a layer of karst sediments, white in color. Over time, as the water receded, the ocean bottom became a white desert. Wind and erosion did their thing and carved the malleable rock into tall figures, monuments, fancifully shaped pillars, castles, towers. Some of the figures seem very fragile and unstable, as if the whole structure will collapse once you touch it. But it is not so. All these karst formations have been standing for many thousands of years and will stand for many more. And here is another unexplained wonder of the desert, the Eye of the Sahara. This is the circular Richat structure. It is located near the Moorish town of Ouaddain. It's 40 kilometers, 25 miles in diameter. This is a very strange geological formation, the most ancient ring of which is 500 to 600 million years old. For a long time, the Richat structure served as a landmark for astronauts in orbit, as it represented a clearly visible object in the vast desert space. Indeed, there are a lot of strange things about this formation. It looks very much like an impact crater, but it is definitely not. The ring structures are believed to be the result of erosion of stratified rocks. However, there is a very inconclusive explanation for the almost perfectly circular shape of the formation. Nevertheless, the Sahara harbors evidence of actual impacts by large cosmic guests. There are no obvious impact craters, but people are still finding mysterious glass. It's mysterious because it has been known to people for thousands of years. Even the center of Pharaoh Tutankhamun's necklace is decorated with a large yellow-green scarab made of this natural glass. The mysterious glass comes from the east side of the Sahara Desert and was formed about 28.5 million years ago. It is found in corridors between sand dunes on the border of Libya and Egypt. The size of glass grains ranges from 1 to 10 centimeters. The shape is irregular, and the faces are weathered. Until now, the origin of glass in the desert caused questions and hypotheses. But eventually, scientists came to the conclusion that the fall of a large meteorite resulted in melting of large masses of sand, and its splashing around for many kilometers. The Sahara preserves many such mysteries. In one of our videos, we talk about how the Sahara was formed, what was here before the desert, where the huge river and lake have gone, what kind of ancient civilizations lived here, and what is left after them. And we finish our journey through Africa, the most visually recognizable, yet perhaps the most mysterious and controversial continent on our planet. Leaving behind the mysterious sands of the Sahara and its hidden secrets, we move to the opposite end of the globe, where nature keeps its wonders in the icy expanse. We travel to the most unexplored continent. September 1986. A massive iceberg broke off from the outer edge of the Filchner Shelf Glacier in West Antarctica. It was given a rather nondescript name, A23A. It became immediately clear that it wasn't just large, but the largest one in the world. With an area of about 4,170 square kilometers, 1,610 square miles, it was more than 5 times bigger than New York City. A little later, this giant ran aground for several decades, eventually turning into an ice island. However, in 2023, after more than 30 years, A23A started moving again. Right now, it's drifting in the Weddell Sea along the shores of Antarctica at a speed of over 150 kilometers, 93 miles per month. This event serves as a reminder that something is happening with the icy continent, and it probably isn't good news. Today, you will learn what will happen if all of Antarctica's ice melts, and what will the continent look like then? What is the terrifying, bloody waterfall that erupts straight from the glacier? Why do we constantly find meteorites in Antarctica? Is it true that giant bony-toothed birds once inhabited these places? Will Antarctica ever become green again? And many more amazing facts. Antarctica. In terms of human exploration, Antarctica is a relatively new place for us. Ancient maps occasionally depicted vague outlines at the bottom, often labeled as Southern Land, or other variations on the theme of terra incognita. In fact, the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle mentioned an Antarctic region in his work Meteorology around 350 BC. However, the true discovery and identification of this land as a previously unknown continent didn't occur until the 19th century, which is a very long time. The first confirmed sighting of Antarctica wasn't until 1820. To put that in perspective, by that time, things like the battery, photography, and even fizzy drinks had already been invented. For further context, Columbus discovered America more than 3 centuries earlier. Even then, there was a long debate about what these southern lands truly were. It took another 2 decades for Antarctica to be formally recognized as a continent rather than an island. Since then, as the new continent was studied, A series of increasingly remarkable discoveries captivated the scientific community. It turns out that Antarctica is not just a continent, but actually a rather large one. Its area is over 14.2 million square kilometers, 5.5 million square miles, making it the fifth largest continent, which is almost 1.5 times bigger than the size of the United States. Its coastline stretches almost 18,000 kilometers, 11,200 miles. Yet, Antarctica's size is just the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. We all know that this is where the planet's largest glaciers are found, with more ice concentrated in this region than anywhere else on Earth. But not everyone knows that Antarctica holds about 90% of the world's ice. That is almost all the ice on the planet. Even if we exclude Antarctic sea glaciers and only consider the continental ones, they cover an area of almost 14 million square kilometers, 5.4 million square miles, and contain a staggering 26.5 million cubic kilometers, 6.4 million cubic miles of ice. A cubic kilometer of ice weighs approximately 0.92 metric gigatons. This means that Antarctica's ice sheet weighs about 24,380,000 gigatons. In some places, it is thicker than 4 kilometers, 2.5 miles. If all this ice were to melt, the global sea level would rise by about 58 meters, 190 feet. To put it mildly, this scenario is very alarming, especially for densely populated coastal areas around the world. Cities like New York or London would simply vanish. Even entire countries like the Netherlands would end up almost entirely underwater. On the other hand, this vast ice reserve isn't just any water, it's fresh water, and it's not very abundant on Earth. About 70% of all the fresh water in the world is stored here. And here is an unexpected twist. Despite its vast ice reserves, Antarctica is considered a desert. In fact, it's the driest one on Earth. This might undoubtedly raise some questions. How can that be? How can a continent with the most water be a desert? It's all about definitions and stereotypes. When we think of deserts, we imagine scorching heat, sandstorms, and dunes. But in reality, a desert isn't just a hot place with lots of sand. It's primarily about precipitation levels. All fancy classifications aside, any region where there's no rain and no fog can be called a desert. And Antarctica perfectly fits this definition. The annual precipitation at the South Pole is only about 50 millimeters, 2 inches. To put that into perspective, the Sahara Desert's average annual precipitation level is about 76 millimeters, 3 inches. While some coastal areas of Antarctica might occasionally witness some form of precipitation, it's sporadic and scant. Hence, on average, the continent's precipitation remains very low. That's why Antarctica is a true desert. It doesn't matter that the continent is covered in a thick layer of ice. It took millions of years to form. To dispel any doubts that might remain, there's a place in Antarctica that hasn't seen any precipitation for 2 million years. We'll discuss this place in more detail in a few minutes. What's unique about Antarctica is that it's neither a country nor anyone's colony, though there are some territorial claims by various nations. Yet, Antarctica has its own phone code, top-level internet domain, .aq, and even a flag. Antarctica is a place where many things don't work the way they normally do, or are even entirely inapplicable. For instance, there's no division into time zones here. Each research station operates on its own time. What time is it in Antarctica right now? We know intuitively that it's a trick question, because the very concept of the day is relative here. If by the daytime we mean the time that it's light outside, then one day at the South Pole lasts 184 of our typical 24-hour days from September 21st to March 23rd. During this polar day, the sun never sets. It merely traces a circular path along the horizon. Conversely, darkness prevails during the polar night. As such, there are simply no clear markers for day and night here. Naturally, such harsh conditions prevent even crazy romantics from making this place a permanent home. Antarctica has almost no permanent residents. However, at any given time, many people live here, with numbers ranging from 1,000 to 5,000 individuals, depending on the season. All of them are researchers, government personnel, and their families. In the more accessible and relatively hospitable regions of Antarctica, certain criteria must be met by mission participants. However, in the more remote areas, the requirements become even stricter. For instance, people who haven't had their appendix removed might face some clearance issues. What's this strange requirement about? Does Antarctica have some special virus that affects the appendix? It's all about one incident that could have ended in tragedy, but instead became a global sensation. On April 29, 1961, Leonid Rogozov, a 27-year-old Soviet doctor and member of the Antarctic expedition, began experiencing some alarming symptoms: weakness, nausea, fever, and pain in the lower right abdomen. Being the only doctor in the 13-member expedition, he diagnosed himself with acute appendicitis. None of the nearby Antarctic stations had an airplane, and the adverse weather conditions ruled out the patient's evacuation anyway. It seemed like a death sentence. But the brave doctor had the guts to do the unthinkable, to perform an appendectomy on himself. After all, it was the only way to save his life. Skipping the gruesome details of the surgery, let's just say it was extremely challenging. Who would have thought? But successful. And it made the young doctor globally famous. Alright, a day or night spanning half a year already makes Antarctica seem more like a distant exoplanet rather than our Earth. But there's something else that reminds us that we are in space and can occasionally have cosmic visitors. And no, we're not talking about aliens. At least, not just yet. It comes down to something different. Specifically, Antarctica is the perfect place to look for meteorites. Almost 2/3 of all meteorites on Earth were discovered right here. But why is that? While some might jump to conspiracy theories, the actual reason is quite straightforward. It's not that meteorites fall here more frequently, but rather that they're simply easier to find here. Apart from the dry air, the local landscape is just perfect for the search. It's easy to spot dark rocks against the vast snowy expanse. Even when meteorites sink into the snow, the underlying glacial movements prevent them from sinking too deep, so they're almost always close to the surface. In a recent expedition spanning 2022 to 2023, an international research team returned with 5 new samples after a relatively brief search. One of them weighs a whopping 7.6 kilograms, 17 pounds. According to Maria Valdis, a researcher from the Field Museum of Natural History and the University of Chicago, about 45,000 meteorites have been brought from Antarctica in just the last century. And only around 100 of them are of similar or larger size than the largest sample found by the expedition. Here's an unexpected way that Antarctic snow can prove useful. However, Antarctica isn't just made up of snow and ice. The lowest temperature recorded here was in 2010, which is coincidentally the lowest one ever recorded worldwide, minus 92 degrees Celsius, minus 133.6 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's not all the time and not everywhere on this continent that the polar cold prevails. Take this landscape, for example. Doesn't it resemble the Swiss Alps? But the bottom part of the picture makes a whole difference. Indeed, emperor penguins are found only in Antarctica and nowhere else. And from November to March, when it's summer in the southern hemisphere, even cruise liners make their way to Antarctica. But as you go further south, particularly in the heart of winter, Antarctica unveils its true bone-chilling essence. What else comes to mind when thinking of Antarctica, aside from its ice and cold? Of course, the ozone hole. Everyone has heard of it, but not everyone fully understands its implications. It's an area in the upper layers of the atmosphere with a significant drop in ozone concentration. Just to remind you, the planet's ozone layer is critically important for protecting all living things from harmful solar ultraviolet radiation. Contrary to common misconceptions, the ozone hole over Antarctica isn't something static. It's more of a seasonal phenomenon. The anomaly in the ozone layer over Antarctica was first discovered in 1985. A group of British scientists found that an area of low ozone concentration appears every year in August and virtually vanishes by December. It immediately became clear that this process was an indicator of something more alarming. Scientists wondered, what if this phenomenon progresses? And where did it come from in the first place? The most plausible theory is human activity, specifically the use of chlorofluorocarbons and about 100 other substances. The scientific community immediately raised the alarm. In 1985, the Vienna Convention for the Protection of the Ozone Layer was signed. This was followed by the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer in September 1987. Since then, things have been improving. Year after year, researchers witness how the ozone hole is shrinking. Some optimists believe that the Antarctic ozone hole will completely disappear by 2066, a viewpoint even reflected in a UN report. However, recent years have given us a new cause for concern, especially the current year of 2023. Satellite data from the European Center for Medium-Range Weather Forecasts revealed an alarming trend. The ozone hole over Antarctica began forming unusually early this year, in fact, as early as August, and scientists were genuinely alarmed by this phenomenon. As Dr. Martin Jaker, a researcher from the Climate Change Research Center at the University of New South Wales, stated, such an early formation is very unexpected. If the ozone hole expands beyond its typical size, it could cause the waters of the Southern Ocean to warm up even more. And currently, the region is witnessing a record low level of sea ice. Increased ultraviolet radiation will also affect wind patterns, further contributing to the ice level decline. One can't help but think, 2023, enough already. It's too much to handle. But for now, there's still too little information to draw definitive conclusions. While Antarctica remains a formidable environment, it's a perfect time for us to delve into its most captivating and mysterious sights. Let's start with something that you wouldn't find surprising anywhere else on the planet: a river. Nothing seems out of the ordinary with a flowing river, but for Antarctica, it's quite an attraction. This is the Onyx River. At just 32 kilometers, 20 miles long, it holds the title of the longest river in Antarctica. What makes this river truly unique is its behavior. It only flows for about 2 months a year. For most of the year, the river is dormant. With its bed being frozen, it feels as if time itself has almost stopped. However, during the short Antarctic summer, a magical transformation occurs. The Onyx River springs to life and starts to flow. Antarctica's unique hydrological system plays a crucial role in the way the Onyx River behaves. The continent is covered in a thick layer of ice, with a complex network of subglacial lakes and streams lying within and beneath it. When the summer sun warms the surface of the ice, meltwater trickles down, accumulating in these subglacial reservoirs. The pressure eventually becomes too great, forcing the water to the surface. giving birth to rivers like the Onyx. The short but intense flow period of the Onyx River creates a vital ecosystem amidst the barren landscape. Its cold waters flowing through the valley nourish the scarce life that can exist here. The river contains no fish, but it does have microorganisms and algae, and one could see them blooming. The Onyx River becomes a lifeline for them in the harsh environmental conditions. But what's even more mind-blowing is where the river flows. It flows in the driest place on the planet. So dry that even certain areas of the Atacama Desert, where it hasn't rained for 400 years, would seem like an oasis compared to it. Because in this place, there has been no precipitation for 2 million years. These are the so-called McMurdo Dry Valleys, lying to the west of the McMurdo Sound. Specifically, the valleys of Victoria, Wright, and Taylor. They are vast lowlands with steep slopes carved out by long-gone glaciers. Combined, they cover about 8,000 square kilometers, 3,088 square miles of Antarctic land. They are also referred to as Antarctic oases, precisely because they are not covered in ice or snow. But of course, they have nothing in common with what we typically call oases. In fact, they are the complete opposite. In places like the Sahara, oases are islands of life, whereas the McMurdo Dry Valleys are quite literally the most lifeless places on the planet. Researchers couldn't find any signs of life in soil samples taken from this driest and coldest place. One can't help but compare it to other planets. Perhaps Mars, and rightfully so. The dry valleys so closely resemble Martian conditions that NASA used them as testing grounds for the Viking landers. Moreover, some of the mysteries of this land are too challenging for modern scientists to comprehend. For instance, there are mummified seal carcasses scattered throughout the valleys. They decompose very slowly in the cold, dry air. Therefore, it's quite likely that some of these animals might have wandered here and died hundreds or even thousands of years ago. What they were seeking in this desolate place remains a mystery. The only theory suggests that the seals galumped their way into the valleys because they were disoriented. Weakened and stranded, they eventually succumbed to the harsh conditions. One way or another, the question remains: why is it so dry here that there's virtually no life at all? The fact is that much of Antarctica's snow and ice cover didn't form as a result of typical precipitation like snowfall. Instead, it's largely due to condensation from the atmosphere. It's somewhat similar to the frost in old refrigerators without no frost systems. The annual precipitation in the dry valleys is only 25 millimeters, almost 1 inch. But even these scant amounts evaporate without transitioning into a liquid phase. The air humidity here is very low due to the periodic katabatic winds. These are cold and dry air currents, sometimes reaching speeds of 320 kilometers, 200 miles per hour. And this is another record, the highest speed of permanent winds on Earth. As a result, the valleys have stayed almost ice-free for about 8 million years. As paradoxical as it may sound, nestled within the Taylor Valley, right next to the driest place on the planet, there is a waterfall. And not just any waterfall, but none other than the Blood Falls. At least that's what it's called, and the color red really looks pretty convincing. It's one of the most striking landmarks of Antarctica. The name Blood Falls is of course metaphorical, but just take a look. The way it looks is undoubtedly unsettling. This place was discovered in 1911 by the Australian geologist Griffith Taylor, who lent his name to the glacier. Back then, Taylor and his team hypothesized that the color was due to red algae. However, this assumption was later challenged. According to one of the most plausible theories, the blood red color of the waterfall is actually the result of a complex chemical reaction. This reaction has been ongoing for 1.5 million years as water passes through an endless network of cracks and passages within the glacier. Researchers often refer to this water as a liquid time capsule. Upon contact with the open air, the salty water forms iron oxides and turns blood red after being trapped under high pressure within the glacier with no sunlight or oxygen exposure. Moreover, this body of water contains microbes that live in high-pressure environments and feed on sulfates. Scientists had never observed such a natural phenomenon anywhere else before. Surprisingly, these discoveries have made Blood Falls a popular site for astrobiological research. For instance, a study conducted by the University of Tennessee showed that a total of 17 types of microbes thrive within the glacier. Each of them provides invaluable insights into Earth's conditions 700 million years ago, as well as the potential habitability of Mars, Europa, and Titan. Who would have thought that this remote corner of the world could provide answers to the question, could other planets and moons form and sustain life? And now, for the sake of contrast, let's shift our focus from the valleys to their complete opposite, mountains. Antarctica has plenty of these landmarks. The highest mountain on the continent is the Vinson Massif. Its height is 4,892 meters, 16,050 feet above sea level. For context, Mont Blanc, the tallest alpine peak, is 4,807 meters, 15,773 feet, which is a little bit shorter. While the presence of mountains in Antarctica might hardly impress anyone, what may come as a surprise is that Antarctica has active volcanoes. The tallest is Mount Erebus, standing at 3,794 meters, 12,448 feet above sea level. The volcano has been active for about 1.3 million years. Inside the crater at its summit, there is a long-lived lava lake, which has existed since at least the early 1970s. Unfortunately, Mount Erebus is also associated with tragic events. The most notable is the 1979 plane crash. On November 28th, the Air New Zealand DC-10 passenger plane crashed head-on into the side of the volcano. 257 people died as a result of the crash, including all passengers and all 20 crew members. Indeed, Antarctica can sometimes be dangerous even for those who reasonably feel safe, not to mention those brave souls who knowingly faced mortal danger in pursuit of scientific discovery. And now, some unique Antarctic artifacts will forever remind us of their heroism. They stand as remarkable natural monuments to the courageous pioneers, even though initially they were just temporary shelters. We're talking about the historic huts that once provided shelter to some legendary figures. Researchers and scientists who spent any amount of time in Antarctica built their dwellings here. And now these huts have become man-made landmarks of the continent. For instance, there are 3 such historic huts on Ross Island. The island was discovered by Sir James Clark Ross in 1841 and was considered part of the mainland. It was only between 1901 and 1904 that the British National Antarctic Expedition recognized it as an island and named it after Ross. The huts were built and used by explorers Scott and Shackleton during the so-called heroic age of Antarctic exploration, spanning from 1898 to 1922. Shackleton's hut is a beautifully preserved cozy wooden house built in 1907 by the legendary British explorer. The house measures 10 by 6 meters, 33 by 20 feet, with separate areas designed for dogs, ponies, and the island's first motor vehicle. Inside, one can find glass jars filled with medicines on the shelves, an old sleeping bag on a bed, and cans of preserved food on the floor. It's an amazing time capsule. The interior looks as if the hut was only recently vacated by the people who built it. All this food on the shelves, socks hung up after washing, and even bread still sits on the tables just the way they left it. Scott's hut, also located on Ross Island and dating back to 1911, is equally fascinating. It was custom built in England and then shipped to Antarctica in a disassembled form. In February 1912, an annex and a stable were added to the hut. However, during that year's winter, the hut had several minor fires. When members of Scott's expedition departed in January 1913, they left behind enough supplies to sustain a dozen people for over a year. Many of the provisions remain in the hut even today and are still edible, all due to the exceptional dryness and low temperatures of the region. Of course, huts could be interesting, but they are essentially museums now. What about an entire town in Antarctica? A real one with a bank branch, a kindergarten, an elementary school, a library, a Catholic chapel, a military and civilian hospital, a supermarket, and even a souvenir shop. What's more, there's postal service, mobile communication, radio, television, and the internet. This is Villa Las Estrellas, or Star Town in Spanish. It's a Chilean settlement situated at President Eduardo Frei Montalva Base in Antarctica, within the Antarctic commune of the Chilean Antarctic province. It's one of only 2 permanently populated settlements in Antarctica. Admittedly, calling it a city might be a bit of a stretch. Its population ranges from 80 to 150 residents, depending on the season, and the local post office looks something like this. Nevertheless, technically, all the listed hallmarks of civilization are there and functional. Of course, there are plenty of challenges. For instance, since 2018, all residents, including children, have been required to undergo an appendectomy before arriving at Villas Las Estrellas. This is done as a precaution, as medical services on site are quite limited. However, the most significant landmark on Antarctica is, of course, the South Pole. This almost magical place has a bunch of other names: the geographic South Pole, the terrestrial South Pole, and the 90th southern parallel. It's the southernmost point on Earth, which lies opposite the North Pole at a distance of 20,004 kilometers, 12,430 miles in all directions. It's one of the 2 points where the Earth's rotation axis intersects its surface. The South Pole is located on an inconspicuous, barren, wind-swept, icy plateau at an elevation of 2,835 meters, 9,301 feet above sea level. It's roughly 1,300 kilometers, 810 miles away from the nearest open sea at the Bay of Whales. So if you're fortunate enough to visit the South Pole, the backdrop for your photos will be an austere, minimalist landscape. Now try to guess what marks the exact point of the South Pole: the US flag or the metal rod on the right? The correct answer is the metal rod. Interestingly, it's moved annually to compensate for the glacial ice movement. But if you're now feeling a sense of the loneliness and abandonment of this place, we're here to either delight or disappoint you, depending on your perspective. The Amundsen Scott South Pole Station operates right near the geographic South Pole, and it looks quite presentable. Now, the sense of solitude might not be as profound as it was at first. For those keen on photo sessions, there's a specifically designated spot here, the so-called ceremonial South Pole. Nonetheless, despite the seemingly populated South Pole and humanity's inherent drive to explore and expand, Antarctica remains an extremely austere environment. And if conditions were even slightly more hospitable, various forms of life would undoubtedly thrive here. There was such a period in the continent's history. Instead of the vast ice expanses, lush vegetation covered the land, and dinosaurs, along with a myriad of smaller creatures, roamed the place. And to learn the details, we'll have to dig deeper, both metaphorically and literally, because the answers lie beneath Antarctica's ice. For starters, it would be fascinating to see what Antarctica looks like for real. That is, without all its massive ice sheets. After all, how do we know that there's anything under this ice at all? What if, once the ice is removed, Antarctica will simply disappear, leaving only a couple of islands behind? By the way, there was a time when the scientific community entertained the idea that Antarctica isn't a continent at all, but merely an archipelago with extremely thick ice that makes it look like a continent. But as research progressed and technology advanced, scientists came to a consensus on the actual outlines of Antarctica's landmass. According to the most recent data, the continent looks like this. Indeed, the abundance of greenish hues here is no accident. Between 145 and 66 million years ago, palms grew on Antarctica's shores, and the average temperature in deep continental regions was around 20 degrees Celsius, 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Scientists refer to this period as the Eocene greenhouse, a time when high carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere led to a greenhouse effect. But it wasn't just the greenhouse effect that contributed to the great biodiversity that prevailed in ancient Antarctica. The continent itself was much closer to the equator, and only after millions of years did it begin to drift towards the South Pole. During this period, forests thrived across the continent. Today, only the fossils of plants and cold-blooded animals remain as a testament to the past. A sharp climate change, which began 34 million years ago during the Eocene-Oligocene extinction, initiated a series of complex, not entirely understood processes that reduced the amount of carbon dioxide in the planet's atmosphere. This led to global cooling and ultimately resulted in Antarctica's almost complete glaciation. Before we delve right under the ice, we should first consider what lies in its depths. Contrary to what one might assume, these vast expanses of frozen water are far from lifeless. It's been long known that glaciers can harbor cavities where water accumulates, sometimes forming vast and uniquely shaped reservoirs. With a bit of a stretch, we can call such water-filled cavities lakes. And for the ice of Antarctica, such lakes are not uncommon. However, lakes that existed even before Antarctica was covered in ice are of much greater scientific interest. Scientists predicted their existence as early as the 1950s. Luckily, they were soon discovered. The largest of these lakes was found in the late 1990s. This is Lake Vostok, which was named after the Russian Antarctic station Vostok. However, found might be too strong a word here. Scientists could only infer that it existed based on some indirect evidence. After all, the lake's surface was hidden beneath 4 kilometers, 2.5 miles of ice. Subsequent radar research revealed the following picture. That's definitely something down there. And that's when everyone got excited. After all, even the immense ice sheet above the lake serves as a unique history book. It preserves information about the state of our planet from hundreds, thousands, and even millions of years ago. From these ice samples, one can determine the amount of dust in the atmosphere, the level of gaseous impurities, and the water composition at a specific point in time. However, the real cherry on top is the water in the lake itself. According to scientists, it's a real time capsule, and the lake itself is quite large to say the least, stretching 160 miles in length and 30 miles in width at its broadest. It covers an area of 12,500 square kilometers, 4,830 square miles. There's plenty of room for animals of any size. However, scientists were quite reserved about what could actually be found there. There might not be anything interesting at all in this separate world, which has been isolated from the rest of the world for millions of years. Drilling efforts to reach the lake began as far back as 1989, but it wasn't until 2012 that they reached the surface. The initial study of the core obtained from the lake's frozen water yielded astonishing results. About 4,000 species of bacteria were discovered, thriving in extreme conditions. And this isn't about the low temperature, but primarily about the pressure. All those miles of ice above created a pressure of about 300 atmospheres. While this is hardly the Mariana Trench with its 1,071 atmospheres, it's still a lot. However, the initial excitement was short-lived. It turned out that the colorful palette of single-celled organisms had contaminated the lake water from the drilling fluid, and in reality, there wasn't virtually anything in Lake Vostok, at least in its surface waters. We say almost because something was indeed discovered. The bacterium W123-10 found in the ice frozen onto the drill bit genetically matched known species by less than 86%. You might ask, so what? The thing is, in order to classify an organism as a particular species, scientists need a genetic match of 90% or higher. This means that the discovered bacterium is definitely something new, previously unknown to science. Of course, this isn't what the daydreamers expected, as we've discovered just bacteria and not some whimsical mythical creatures. But the research is still ongoing, and perhaps we won't be disappointed for long. After all, Antarctica is quite generous with ancient artifacts featuring some complex life forms. For instance, fossils of remarkable ancient creatures. Astonishing discoveries happen all the time, and some of them are just mind-blowing. For example, in 2020, the scientific community was virtually shocked by a report published in Nature. The authors discussed discovering the remains of a terrifying, giant, bony-toothed bird species in Antarctica. To be precise, these remains were discovered quite some time ago, back in the 1980s. But for some reason, the significance of this incredible find eluded scientists at that time. It turned out that one of these ancient remains belonged to a massive bird species that once ruled the skies above the oceans. These formidable creatures indeed had impressive teeth, albeit not real ones. These creatures are known as pelagornithids, an extinct group of predatory seabirds. They're also called bony-toothed birds because of the bony projections on their beaks. These structures resembled real teeth, but weren't genuine teeth. However, it's unlikely that this distinction was of any consolation to their prey. Pelagornithids thrived for tens of millions of years. The oldest known fossils of these birds date back 62 million years, while the most recent are around 2.5 million years old. The ecological niche occupied by these animals is equivalent to that of modern albatrosses. They soared above the sea, scanning the waters below for prey, namely fish and cephalopods. What truly astonished scientists was this animal's size. Based on the discovered bones, researchers estimated that these monsters had a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters, 16 to 19 feet. Our fossil discovery, with its estimate of a 5 to 6 meter wingspan, nearly 20 feet, shows that birds evolved to a truly gigantic size relatively quickly after the extinction of the dinosaurs and ruled over the oceans for millions of years, summarized Peter Klaus, the paper's lead author. Peter Klaus from the University of California, Berkeley. Similar fossils have been found in Antarctica before, and there's likely much more yet to be discovered. Studies have shown that in ancient times, the Southern Ocean could warm up to 30 degrees Celsius, 86 degrees Fahrenheit, facilitating the rapid development of flora and fauna. A particularly hot period occurred in the mid-Cretaceous, when carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere created a significant greenhouse effect. Most likely, the primary driver of this temperature surge was volcanic activity. Scientists constantly ponder how closely the processes of the Cretaceous period resemble what's happening now. Could Antarctica once again become entirely ice-free? Many experts believe that the current rates of global warming are unprecedented in Earth's history. Even the largest volcanoes cannot emit as much carbon dioxide as modern industry produces. West Antarctica has already begun to melt. Scientists note that given the rate of ice retreat, it's unlikely we'll see this continent turn green in the coming decades. And frankly, we wouldn't really want to, given the inevitable rise in global sea levels. But the processes are undeniably underway. Accelerated sea levels will accelerate the destruction and melting of glaciers. Antarctica will likely turn green again in the not-so-distant future. However, it's hard to comprehend what will happen to the rest of the Earth once the poles have completely melted. We leave behind Antarctica's cold and disturbing predictions of the Earth and head for the warmer and stranger shores of a continent that continues to be an object of distrust and curiosity, even in the modern world, with no one living in its central part, and the entire country crisscrossed by strange fences for thousands of kilometers, and some incredible number of forbidden zones. What the hell is going on there? We will ask and answer these and other questions in this video. What mysteries are hidden in Australia? We will start our journey through the mysteries of Australia with something that is not really a mystery, but still amazes and delights. The southern continent gave birth to one natural phenomenon, which we would expect somewhere on another planet, or better, in a parallel universe with different laws of physics. How about horizontal falls? To avoid misleading you, we should say at once that these are not really waterfalls in the usual meaning. It is rather a bizarre effect which can be named so. At a certain angle, it seems that these are real waterfalls, which violate the law of universal gravity. They do not fall downward, but sideward. Despite the fact their height is only about 5 meters, their beauty is not inferior to the most picturesque waterfalls in the world. Why are the falls horizontal? The reason is the geological features of the region, which created this incredible natural effect. Two elongated freshwater bodies of water, Polton Creek, are separated from Talbot Bay by the small McLarty mountain ranges, and the two gorges are formed in these ranges. The North Gorge is located directly on the border with the Sea Bay and is about 20 meters wide. The second, the Southern Gorge, connects the water bodies of Polton Creek. It is no more than 10 meters wide. The gorges are about 300 meters apart. The effect of horizontal falls appears during high and low tides. When the seawater arrives or recedes, it simply does not have time to pass through the narrow channels. Water accumulates in front of the gorges faster than it can flow through them. This creates a difference in water level between the bay and Polton Creek and creates a waterfall effect. Typically, the difference in height is about 5 meters, but it can be as much as 10 meters. Naturally, the water rushes out of the bay at high tide and then back in at low tide. However, unlike classic waterfalls, this natural phenomenon occurs horizontally, creating the illusion that the water spills over the surface of the bay. Horizontal falls feature repeated changes in the direction of water flow during the day. That is, during one day, you can see the water flowing loudly into the bay and back out. The change in directions occurs approximately every 6.5 hours. Although Australia's horizontal falls are certainly no match for giants such as Niagara Falls or Victoria Falls, David Attenborough, one of the most famous naturalists in the world, having studied this natural phenomenon, called it one of the greatest natural wonders in the world. As amazing as these natural phenomena are, in Australia lurks something much more fascinating. Now, here's where you need to brace yourself, because this something didn't just appear on Earth by itself. It came from outer space. No, Unfortunately, or fortunately, it's not about alien ships, but it won't get boring, believe me. Many of the meteorite craters on our planet were discovered quite belatedly, and even accidentally. This is because erosion, or many generations of vegetation, have erased them from the surface of the Earth over many years. And first, they were often discovered not by specialized scientists dealing with the subject, but by anyone. For example, someone very observant accidentally noticed excessively regular outlines of terrain elements on satellite images. In the case of Wolf Creek crater, there were no accidental discoveries, and its existence was known long ago, even to the Australian Aborigines. That's because it's so obvious. The famous Arizona crater is considered most distinctly visible in the world. So, Wolf Creek crater is considered the second in this conditional rating of obviousness. It too, like the Arizona crater, is fortunate with the climate. Thanks to the aridity of these places, it is rather poorly affected by erosion. Its diameter is about 880 meters, and in its center grow large trees that draw moisture from the water reserves remaining after the wet season. What happened here, and when? According to some reports, about 300,000 years ago, a space guest of about 15 meters, 49 feet, crashed into this place. That doesn't seem like much, but it was definitely an iron meteorite, and its mass was more than impressive. About 5,000 tons. Multiply that mass by the breakneck speed of arrival, and you get the gigantic energy that was released in fractions of a second. About 540 kilotons is the equivalent of 36 atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima. Parts of the meteoroid simply vaporized upon impact, and the other part melted, mixed with molten rock. And these pieces of mixed molten mass were scattered over the surrounding area and slopes of the rapidly forming crater. Well-preserved meteorite fragments are rare and were first described only in 1965, but numerous oxidized remnants were found. These are the pieces of the mixed molten mass. As the whole thing flew high into the air, the molten fragments took on a rounded shape as they fell back. Such shale balls weighed up to 250 kilograms, 550 pounds. Now, Wolf Creek Crater is certainly a tourist attraction. It can be reached via Tanami Road, 150 kilometers, 93 miles south of the town of Halls Creek. In 2019, the age of the crater was revised after research conducted by researchers from the University of Portsmouth in collaboration with Australian and American scientists. It is likely that this event occurred much earlier, less than 120,000 years ago. Local Jaru Aborigines called the crater Kandimalal, and of course it is a sacred place for them, with many legends that have been passed down from generation to generation. Wolf Creek Crater is nice for the fact that it completely lies in the field of view if you stand on its edge. That's what makes it so impressive, just like the Arizona crater. When the size of the crater is tens of kilometers, you can only see it from a height, and Australia has one such place, which gives us a unique opportunity to observe the bizarre shapes of the impact site of a huge celestial body from both a height and from the ground at a distance. That's where we're going now. The Gossis Bluff crater is located in the south of the Northern Territory, near the geographical center of Australia, about 175 kilometers, 109 miles west of Alice Springs, and about 212 kilometers, 132 miles northeast of the famous Uluru, or Ayers Rock Formation. By the way, we'll stop by to visit it too a bit later when we take a tour through Australia's restricted areas. Yes, there are plenty of such mysterious places on the southern continent. So this crater is much older than Wolf Creek, more than 140 million years ago in the early Cretaceous period. This place was hit not by a meteorite, but by an asteroid or comet. The impact was of such tremendous force that the original crater was about 22 kilometers, 14 miles in diameter. Over this gigantic span of time, it no longer had any chance of retaining its original shape. It is now a crater-like object, 5 kilometers, 3.1 miles in diameter, and 180 meters, 590 feet high. Erosion has literally eroded its original boundaries, leaving only a shattered relic of the crater's central uplift. It looks like a cluster of cone-shaped rocks with a regular rounded shape. Here's how this place looks from space. If you use your imagination, you can easily picture a certain conditional skeleton of the original crater. Only the hardest parts of the crater have remained, which erosion could not cope with. This is what it looks like from the north, from a distance of about 30 kilometers, 19 miles. It's as if these rocks grew out of the ground by themselves, or as if there were ruins of some huge building of unknown ancient civilization, like a maxed-out Stonehenge. Interestingly enough, in the middle of the last century, these places were actively explored for oil. But at that time, geologists had no idea about the true nature of this amazing place. There are still 2 exploration wells not far from the center. But as picturesque as the Gosses Bluff crater is, there is another crater in Australia which deserves not only a detailed description, but a whole poem, because its emergence is probably associated with one of the most momentous events in the history of our planet and all life on it. When scientists discovered the role of this event, many were literally numb with awe. Why? You'll find out soon, and you will probably feel similar emotions too. In 1979, an astroblem was discovered in Western Australia. This is how specialists call the ruined remains of an ancient impact crater. The site is located in the northern part of the Yilgarn Craton, between the towns of Sandstone and Meekatharra, central Western Australia. The original dimensions of the crater were quickly calculated, and they were impressive to say the least, about 70 kilometers. Its age could not be determined at that time, but it was clear that the crater is very old. And only at the beginning of the 21st century, technological advances made it possible to learn more or less the exact time of the epic event. Australian scientists from Curtin University found the minerals zircon and monazite at the base of the crater. They were formed at the time of the fall of the celestial body. Such crystals, which are formed during impact under conditions of extremely high pressures and temperatures, are called impact crystals. The results of uranium-lead isotope age determination of impact crystals showed that Yara Bubba is 2.229 billion years old. It became immediately clear that this was at least 200 million years older than any other crater on Earth. It was already a reason to pop some champagne, because a new winner had risen to the podium of the oldest impact crater on the planet. But that was just a prelude to the absolutely amazing conclusion the scientists drew. Chris Kirkland, a professor at Curtin University, one of the authors of the study, reported in the official press release, "We now know that the crater, was formed at the very end of the early Proterozoic glaciation, when most of the planet's surface was covered with ice and oxygen was actively accumulating in the atmosphere and oceans." Another author of the study, Nicholas Timms, lifts another veil of surprising discovery by adding, "The age of the Yara Bubba event coincides with the end of a series of ancient glaciations. After the impact, glacial deposits are not present in the rocks for 400 million years. This suggests that the powerful impact of the meteorite may have affected the global climate." This cautious and diplomatic statement actually reflects a stunning conclusion. Here's the thing. Scientists confidently agree that the asteroid impact struck a glacier-covered landscape. The impact formed a crater with a diameter of 70 kilometers, and a huge amount of ice was vaporized into the atmosphere. Numerical modeling showed that the impact event of this scale released about 1 trillion tons of water vapor into the atmosphere. The authors believe that this was enough to change the climate on the planet and take it out of the glacial state. And indeed, the age of the Yara Bubba crater precisely matches the time when the glacial deposits disappeared. Just think about it. One of the most severe ice ages in the history of the planet did not end by itself. The trigger was the fall of this celestial guest. It would seem to be a catastrophic event, but it literally revitalized the planet, brought it out of its icy anabiosis. This is how outer space draws its whimsical strokes on the body of our planet, and nature makes real masterpieces out of them. But it is not only nature that draws giant figures on the body of Australia. How about this? This is a photo from orbit, taken by NASA's Landsat 8 satellite. How? Does Australia really have its own equivalent of the Nazca Desert, with bizarre man-made geoglyphs of enormous size? Were they also created by an ancient civilization in who knows when age? Not really, but there are enough mysteries in this artwork too. This story began on June 26, 1998. An ordinary pilot of an ordinary private plane was flying from the small Australian town of Coober Pedy to the tiny village of Maury. Suddenly, the pilot noticed something that made his eyes literally pop out of his head. On a deserted plateau, 60 kilometers away from Maury, there was a giant figure of a man. The plane was flying at an altitude of 3,000 meters, and the figure seemed huge even from such a great height. Of course, the first thing the pilot did when he landed was reporting about this amazing find. And naturally, it caused a great interest, which was fueled by the fact that the giant pattern was not far from the prohibited area of Woomera. You may wonder, what's a prohibited area? Be patient. You will learn that and other things soon. In the course of the investigation, it was found that the figure has 2.7 kilometers, 1.7 miles in height, a perimeter of 28 kilometers, 17 miles. Against this background, even the largest figure of the Nazca Desert, with its 100 meters, looks tiny. The figure resembles a native Australian holding a boomerang or a stick. In any case, some kind of a hunting tool. At least that's what the researchers concluded. The outlines themselves are made in a similar way as Nazca figures, with grooves of 20 to 30 centimeters, 7.9 to 11.8 inches in depth, except that the lines are much wider, up to 35 meters, 115 feet. The figure was named Maury Man, simply by the name of the nearest settlement. Along with this, the object was given a second name, Stewart's Giant, after the Scottish traveler John McDougall Stewart. Quite quickly, it became clear that the geoglyph is not an antiquity. It was created quite recently, but no one could understand and explain who created it and why. Dick Smith's team worked on this question for 2 years. A solid monetary reward was even offered for any useful information, all to no avail. Despite the fact that it is one of the largest geoglyphs in the world, perhaps even second only to the Sajama lines, its origin remains a mystery. No one is claiming responsibility for its creation, not even to at least tickle vanity. And no eyewitnesses have been found, despite the entire scale of the complex and time-consuming process required to form the huge outline on the plateau. It was speculated that the picture was created by the indigenous people of the local tribe, but only hypothetically. The only thing that has been reliably determined was the period during which the geoglyph was created. Satellite surveys helped here too. Take a look at these 2 images. The first one was taken by NASA's Landsat 5 satellite on May 27, 1998. The second was taken on June 12th of the same year. Surprisingly, the mysterious creator kept within a very short period of time, so the satellite didn't capture the very process of creating the Mari Man, but only the result. Anyway, despite all the apparent modernity, the object was immediately monetized by the locals through tourists. By 2013, the lines were severely erased due to erosion and became barely visible. In August 2016, local entrepreneurs, concerned about the loss of the tourist site, decided to restore the vanishing geoglyph. Using accurate GPS coordinates of the original and a construction grader, they redrew the Mari Man anew. It took them 5 days. To make the renewed geoglyph last longer, the restorers made ridges to trap water and promote vegetation growth. Eventually, they hope the vegetation will make the lines of the design green. So now this geoglyph is actually a remake of a novelty, but we diplomatically call it restoration. And it seems that its origin will remain a mystery. But Australia is full of other amazing mysteries, and now we're going to unveil one of the most discussed ones for you. There is an incredible amount of conspiracy theories in people's minds regarding all the oddities associated with the many restricted areas. Australia does have them, and lots of them. And soon we will tell you about them in this video and even show them to you. But we should start with the most evident thing which puzzles so many people. What are these strange fences that stretch across the entire Australia from end to end for thousands and thousands of kilometers? Indeed, Australia has set another record in this respect. It is here that the longest fence in the world is located, as long as 5,614 kilometers, and it really once protected the continent from a terrible threat. What was that threat? Foreigners? Aliens? No. Worse, rabbits. And it's not even that much of a joke. When 24 rabbits were released into the wild in Australia in the early 19th century, their population began to grow rapidly. The notorious fertility of rabbits was in full swing here. Very quickly, the first 24 rabbits became 600 million. These cute little fluffy animals proved to be a devastating disaster for the continent. They destroyed not only crops, but all the vegetation they could find to eat. In 1859, construction of the first fence began. The fence cut off the crowded, fertile southeastern part of the country, where Melbourne and Sydney are located, from the harsh, arid part of the mainland. It didn't help much, since rabbits are known for their hopping and digging skills. Eventually, the rabbits were overcome, but it was not without the use of a real biological weapon. In 1950, after research conducted by Frank Fenner, the myzoma virus was introduced into the rabbit population. Samples were brought specially from South America. It's an acute viral disease that affects hair-like mammals. And it's a terrible disease, it should be said. It is characterized by purulent conjunctivitis and formation of tumors in the areas of the head, anus, and external genitalia. The disease inflicts very heavy economic damage to rabbit breeders all over the world. But in Australia, it was embraced in all senses, despite its cruelty. But back then, the attitude to such issues was much more practical. Nowadays, people try not to recall these methods. Interestingly, a few surviving rabbits developed genetic resistance to the virus, so that by 1991, the population had recovered to 200 to 300 million. However, rabbits were not the only problem, and fences stretching for many thousands of kilometers were built not only against them. Dingo dogs caused great trouble. Wild dogs eat everything from fish to sheep and pose a threat to livestock farmers. So, to protect the precious fertile land from dingoes, the fences that had been built against rabbits were joined and modified. The flimsy mesh structure was upgraded, and the height of the fence was increased. The fence was completed by the mid-20th century and was called the Dingo Fence. It is also sometimes jokingly called the Great Australian Wall, and this project has already proven to be a success. It costs about $10 million a year to maintain the fence, far less than the losses from wild dogs that preyed on domestic cows and sheep. A fee to fund the salaries of maintenance and patrol workers is collected from the herders. The patrolman's duties include identifying not only damage, but also dug holes made by the rabbits. Therefore, combined with the increased height of the fence, the rabbit problem was also eventually somehow solved. This is the real story of the mysterious 1,000-kilometer fences in Australia. This is not the story of some unknown areas where strange things happen, but only the legacy of a difficult and extremely dramatic period of life of settlers on the southern continent. But don't be disappointed. There are some truly restricted places in Australia. These are really prohibited areas where access to which is either forbidden or even literally dangerous for mere mortals. And there are plenty of such places in Australia. The official reasons for prohibitions are, of course, quite ordinary. They include concern for the health and life of tourists, environmental protection, protection of sacred places of indigenous peoples. But this only stirs up the interest of inquisitive travelers. And now you will find out what these mysterious prohibited areas are. An ordinary person has almost no chance to see them up close, but we will try to give you this chance as much as possible. Heard Island. This little-known landmass, located in the southern Indian Ocean, halfway between Australia and South Africa, is home to incredible wildlife, including 3 species of seals, 4 species of penguins, and 2 endemic bird species. But that's not the most interesting part. Volcanoes and glaciers are clearly not what you expect to see in Australia, because they cannot be found there on the mainland itself. They're just further south, on the islands, and unfortunately, you won't have the opportunity to visit this wild and remote island, one of Australia's most spectacular hidden places. Access to the inhospitable sub-Antarctic island, home to the country's highest and most active volcano known as Big Ben, is strictly limited so as not to harm the animals. Along with the McDonald Islands, it has been included on the UNESCO list. Visits are strictly regulated. Pine Gap, Northern Territory. There are various rumors surrounding this remote and hidden Australian-American military base located in the central Australian desert southwest of Alice Springs, up to and including legends related to the notorious Area 51 in the U.S. The area is officially called Joint Defense Facility Pine Gap, and it is completely closed to everyone except officials and military personnel. What goes on there is a carefully protected secret. This total secrecy even inspired Netflix to make a TV series called Pine Gap. But what's going on there? All we know is that it's a U.S. satellite observation base that was launched in the 1970s. Today, it employs about 1,000 people and collects a wide range of intelligence signals, including, presumably, ballistic missile launches. Wittenoom, Western Australia. It's a ghost town. There's no official ban, and you can even visit it, but you'd better not. No, ghosts and zombies have nothing to do with it, but this place is not good for your health, to put it mildly. Wittenoom is infamous as the most polluted site in the Southern Hemisphere. The former mining town, located in the scenic Pilbara region of Western Australia, lies at the mouth of the Wittenoom Gorge. And it's not about the mines, it's about what was mined in them. Once, it was the only asbestos mine in Australia, and the town was doing quite well in the 50s to 60s of the last century, except that toxic asbestos served as a silent and slow killer of local residents. Then it was decided to stop the harmful industry. The authorities tried to close the city, making it practically inaccessible for visitors. They painted over its name on road signs and removed it from maps. However, people still continued to live in the toxic ghost town. In 2015, there were only about 6 residents who decided to stay in Whitnoo. Then, in 2019, the government purchased the last real estate properties in a compulsory and forced buyout to finally close the town. But tourists still visit the neighborhood despite explicit guidelines warning of deadly hazards. The creepy place has killed about 2,000 people. Workers and residents of Whitnoo died from asbestos-related illnesses. Look at this island. It could very well be a paradise, but in its case, appearance is a dangerous illusion. This tiny white sand island near Fremantle in Western Australia is home to more than 400 tiger snakes, an exceptionally poisonous reptile. With no natural predator enemies to regulate their numbers, the snakes actively reproduce. The reserve is also a key habitat for the rare Australian sea lion and many seabirds, including little penguins. It is possible to visit the island by boat to see the sea lions, but the inner areas of the island are completely closed because of the snakes. By the way, there is a version that snakes on the island appeared in an unusual way. According to rumors, in 1929, a man named Lindsay Rocky Vane threw his collection of tiger snakes on the island. He had previously organized snake exhibitions with various shows, but after his own snakes fatally bit his wife and assistant, snake shows were banned in Western Australia. Vane decided to get rid of his dangerous pets that way. But whatever the real reason, it's best not to set foot here. This island is the complete opposite of the previous one. Many of you already recognize it, don't you? This cute heart-shaped formation near the Whitsunday Archipelago in the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park has become one of Australia's most famous attractions. It's listed in numerous travel brochures, but you won't be able to see it up close. Heart Reef has a status of strict protection, so it is forbidden to swim or snorkel near it. At most, you can circle overhead to admire it on a helicopter tour. Arnhem Land is a very picturesque place with a rugged coastline, remote islands, wild rivers, tropical forests, rising cliffs, and savannas. It is quite a vast piece of land, over 37,452 square miles in the far northeastern edge of the Northern Territory. Arnhem Land has a population of about 16,000 people. These are indigenous Yolngu people. They mostly live here in small settlements. The island is rich in cultural artifacts. It was here that the didgeridoo musical instrument, with its unique rumbling sound, was invented. The government has decided to preserve these places as much as possible and protect them from civilization. Access is possible only with a special permit. From scenic and carefully preserved nature, we return to the harshness of the military routine. This sandy barrier island near Queenscliff has a long history of military use. As early as the 1870s, a fort was established here to protect the entrance to Port Phillips Bay from possible invasions. It was used as a depot for sea mines in World War I and as a training ground since World War II. No one knows exactly what is going on at the Swan Island military base currently. Rumor has it that the Australian Special Forces are conducting counter-terrorism training here. Whatever is going on there, you have no chance to visit this top-secret facility. But you can see it from afar and let your imagination run wild. And now, finally, a totally closed, restricted, and prohibited area that is not only forbidden to enter, it's even forbidden for civilian aircraft and private planes to fly over it. This is the Woomera Prohibited Area. part of the huge Australian Defence Force training ground in South Australia. Notably, there is a point of attraction for tourists made here, just like near Area 51. There is a missile park in the town of Woomera where you can look at all the lethal stuff that was developed right here during the arms race. But that's it. You can't even drive on the Stewart Highway, which divides the area in half. The vast 47,000 square mile area was once used as a British-Australian nuclear test site. That's the end of our tour through the most forbidden and sometimes even very dangerous areas of Australia. And it should be noted that this is only a part of the prohibited sites. Summarizing our trip, let's say the obvious. No matter how much conspiracy fans would like the opposite, Australia, of course, exists. But it is a completely different, fragile, and incredibly beautiful world. If there is any place to see what another inhabited planet would look like, this is the best destination. Leaving behind the incredible landscapes and restricted areas of Australia, we move our attention to North America, where you'll learn, why do tornadoes love North America so much? Is the Yellowstone supervolcano that scary? How is it that Eurasia and North America have long been home to the same animals? And how is it that a huge part of North America is occupied by Europe? North America. Let's start with the very basics. Who named America? North America was named in honor of the Florentine navigator Amerigo Vespucci. However, the first Europeans to visit its shores, aside from the ancient Vikings, were led by Christopher Columbus. Doesn't this seem a bit unfair? Columbus did not realize he had discovered a new continent. He was searching for a route to India and believed he had found it. It was Vespucci who proved that this land was a previously unknown continent. Few people in the world know how many countries are currently located in North America. Most will name Canada, the USA, and Mexico. But in fact, this continent includes as many as 23 countries. This doesn't even include the additional 24 dependent territories. And yet, there is not a single landlocked country in North America. Canada, the second largest country in the world, occupies most of North America. The largest island in the world, Greenland, forms the northernmost part of North America. This island deserves some special attention. Keep watching the video to learn something unexpected. In terms of its rugged coastline, North America can only compete with giant Eurasia, which we discussed in more detail in one of our previous videos. Islands account for as much as 22% of the continent's total area. Although the continent appears large on a globe, seemingly occupying a significant portion of the planet, it actually comprises just a little more than 16% of the Earth's landmass and less than 5% of the globe's total area. Even though most people associate the word northern with cold, North America holds the record for the highest air temperature ever recorded. On July 10, 1913, the heat reached 56.7 degrees Celsius, 134 degrees Fahrenheit in the so-called Death Valley, namely in Furnace Creek, California. But the complex nature of the continent goes far beyond holding this record. Our planet's two largest tectonic plates converge here in the California region, forming the famous San Andreas Fault. This area is notorious for frequent and powerful earthquakes. Also, this is where the most destructive tornadoes in the world form, particularly affecting the southern United States. North America is home to the world's oldest mountain range, the Appalachians, which stretch parallel to the east coast of the continent from the U.S. state of Alabama to Canada. The continent is also the main source of information about geological periods. The Grand Canyon, for example, literally serves as a geological record. More dinosaur fossils have been discovered in the United States alone than in any other modern country. The region was once inhabited by the imperial mammoths, the largest of their kind. While most mammoth species were similar in size to elephants, the imperial mammoths stood 4 or even 5.5 meters, 13 to 16 feet tall at the withers, and weighed up to 15 metric tons. Archaeologists believe that the ancestors of modern humans first appeared in North America about 15,000 years ago. Interestingly, they migrated on foot. North America was once connected to Eurasia by an isthmus. However, about 11,000 years ago, this land bridge submerged under the water due to tectonic forces, forming the Bering Strait. In this strait, the North American shores are only 86 kilometers, 53 miles away from Russia. But here we are talking about the continent's edges. However, when it comes to the islands, it turns out that Russia and the United States are only 4 kilometers, 2.5 miles apart from each other. Between them lie Ratmanov Island, belonging to Russia, and Krusenstern Island, owned by the United States, separated by this short distance. This sounds like an interesting tidbit, but there is something even more unusual. In winter, these 4 kilometers of water freeze, and one can walk from the US to Russia in less than 15 minutes. So if you decide to travel this way from the Russian Ratmanov Island to the American Krusenstern Island, then upon arriving there 10 to 15 minutes later, you'll find out that you've traveled a day forward in time. As you move in the opposite direction, it's as if you've traveled a day back into the past. No space-time anomalies and wormholes have anything to do with it. The explanation is much simpler. It's because the international date line runs along this border. The time difference between the nearby islands is 21 hours in winter and 20 hours in summer. This effect is the result of the enormous size of neighboring continents. Now, let's delve deeper into what North America represents geologically. In terms of area, North America ranks as the 3rd largest among the world's 6 continents. Excluding nearby islands, the continent spans approximately 20.36 million square kilometers, 7.86 million square miles. Including islands, the total area encompasses 24.7 million square kilometers, 9.54 million square miles. The continent is bordered to the south by the Caribbean Sea, the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, to the west only by the Pacific Ocean, to the north by the Arctic Ocean, and to the east by the Atlantic Ocean. The continent stretches 7,326 kilometers, 4,552 miles from north to south, and its width from west to east is roughly 4,700 kilometers, 2,920 miles. Many people believe that North and South America are divided by the Panama Canal. Indeed, the construction of the Panama Canal at the beginning of the 20th century was one of the largest and most complex projects undertaken by mankind. The canal played a crucial role in developing shipping and economy in the Western Hemisphere and the world at large. Thanks to the Panama Canal, ships no longer need to go around South America, and the sea route from New York to San Francisco has been reduced from 22.5 thousand kilometers, 13,980 miles, to 9.5 thousand kilometers, 5,903 miles. However, the real divide between the two continents lies several hundred miles south. The true dividing line is at the juncture of Panama's southern border and the northern edge of Colombia in South America, in a mountainous region known as the Darien Gap. In the north, North America and Eurasia are separated by a natural water barrier, the Bering Strait, which we've mentioned early on in the video. The northernmost part of the mainland is Cape Murchison in Canada's Kitikmeot region. The westernmost point of the mainland is Cape Prince of Wales, located on the Seward Peninsula in Alaska. To the south, the continent's mainland extends to Cape Mariotto on the Azuero Peninsula. The easternmost part of the continent is Cape St. Charles on the Labrador Peninsula. The North American coastline is highly indented. The Boothia and Melville Peninsulas in the northern mainland are bounded by the Arctic Ocean. The huge Canadian Arctic archipelago, with a total area of 1.3 million square kilometers, 0.5 million square miles, lies in the central part of the American part of the Arctic Ocean. Its largest island is Baffin Island, with an area of 476,000 square kilometers, 183,800 square miles. It ranks as the fifth largest island in the world. There are also plenty of other sizable islands, such as Victoria, Ellesmere, Banks, Devon, and others. The Arctic Ocean projects far to the south from the mainland as a large but shallow Hudson Bay that separates the Labrador Peninsula to the east. The area of the bay is 1,230,000 square kilometers, 474,905 square miles, making it the second largest after the Bay of Bengal. To the northwest of the mainland lies the world's largest island, Greenland, with an area of 2.2 million square kilometers, 849,424 square miles. However, it relates to the mainland only geographically and not politically. Along with the surrounding smaller islands, Greenland forms an eponymous administrative autonomous unit, which is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. The area of the entire Danish jurisdiction is 2,166,086 square kilometers, 836,330 square miles. This means that a huge part of North America politically belongs to the European country of Denmark. Remarkably, Greenland is about 50 times larger than Denmark itself. The eastern shores of North America meet the Atlantic Ocean, where the coastline is deeply indented by large bays, such as the Gulf of St. Lawrence, Fundy, Chesapeake, and Delaware. The peninsulas of Nova Scotia, Cod, and Gaspé lie off the eastern coast of the mainland. North America also includes the islands of Newfoundland, Anticosta, Prince Edward, Cape Breton, Long Island, Bermuda, the Bahamas, and the Antilles. The Atlantic coast of the mainland is famous for the world's highest tides, observable along its entire length in narrow yet deep bays. In the Bay of Fundy, for instance, tides can reach up to 18 meters, 59 feet high. This contributes to the formation of steep, fjord-like banks in Newfoundland and the northeastern United States, known for their picturesque scenery. The lower sections of many rivers are flooded and have turned into estuaries, where the river mouth widens toward the sea. A huge part of the coastline has been smoothed out, mainly due to the formation of coastal bars. What kind of bars are we talking about? Of course, cocktails have nothing to do with it. Instead, we refer to a type of landform known as a shoal. This term describes a sandy underwater bank at a river's mouth, created by the accumulation of river and marine sediments. The coastal bar that separates the Pamlico and Albemarle Lagoon and estuary systems along the coast of North Carolina is considered the largest one. To the southeast, the Atlantic Ocean cuts into the landmass, forming the vast Gulf of Mexico, separated from the Atlantic by the Florida Peninsula and the islands of Central America. Along with the Caribbean Sea to the south, this bay forms part of the so-called American Mediterranean Sea. This might come as a surprise, but America also has its own Mediterranean Sea, just like Europe. The Gulf Coast has a low and even sandy shoreline, with numerous spits and lagoons. On the northwestern side of the continent, the Pacific Ocean forms a large marginal Bering Sea, washing the western shores of Alaska. In temperate latitudes, The Pacific coasts of North America are also deeply indented and form fjords. Now, since we've established that North America is special and far from boring, even when it comes to shape, let's move on to the relief and see what the continent's surface is like. The terrain of the continent is also complex. It lies on the North American and Caribbean lithospheric plates. Hills account for about a third of the continent. In the east, they border with the Appalachian Mountains, and in the west with the Cordillera. Hard sedimentary rocks in the north form the Canadian Shield, mostly occupied by the Laurentian upland. This area contains the Great and Central Plains. The largest and the highest mountain system here is the Cordillera Range. Here lies the highest point of the continent, Mount Denali, until recently known as McKinley. Its height is about 6,190 meters, 20,310 feet. Remarkably, the Cordilleras extend all the way to South America, which shows how huge this mountain range is. Active geological faults in the Cordillera ranges continue to cause earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. The largest volcanoes are Popocatépetl and Orizaba in Mexico. Presumably, the name of the first one means smoking hill in the Aztec language. Unlike the locals, the volcano is quite restless. It is surrounded by major Mexican cities. Just think for a moment. With a population of 20 million people, Mexico City is only 70 kilometers, 43.5 miles away from Popocatépetl. Volcano Orizaba is also active, but is far less dangerous. At 5,636 meters, 18,491 feet above sea level, it is also the highest peak in Mexico. However, these volcanoes pale in comparison to the great, legendary, magnificent, but at the same time terrifying Yellowstone. More than just a volcano, it is a supervolcano. Everyone has heard about it, at least thanks to Hollywood. It also has been the subject of one of our previous videos, and there was a good reason for this, because Yellowstone is often predicted to have an epic eruption in the foreseeable future. Of course, it wouldn't have wiped out humanity from the face of the earth, but it would certainly bring unprecedented challenges to humanity. The caldera, or the supervolcano's vent, measures 45 by 70 kilometers, 28 by 43 miles, covering an area of more than 3,000 square kilometers, nearly 1,500 square miles. If all this erupts, one can't begin to contemplate the potential scale of destruction. In addition, the Yellowstone volcano has a special location. It lies right in the center of the North American plate, unlike many other volcanoes that sit on tectonic plate boundaries. This fact alone sets it apart. While it is difficult to predict the date of Yellowstone's next eruption, reports from U.S. Geological Survey seismologists have frequently caused a stir in the media. However, there are compelling reasons to believe that any potential eruption will not be nearly as devastating as people tend to portray in the media and movies. Well, let's hope for the best, because hope is all we've got. Our journey continues through the mountains and plains. Of course, we can't ignore the Rocky Mountains. Located in the easternmost part of the Cordillera, farthest from the ocean, they rise sharply over the Great Plains. The mountain range stretches 3,200 kilometers, almost 2,000 miles north to south, from the northern border of the Canadian province of British Columbia to the state of New Mexico in the southwestern United States. Their width varies from 110 to 480 kilometers, from 68 to 300 miles. Among about 100 individual ranges, Mount Robson is the highest peak in the Canadian Rockies. Its height is 3,954 meters, 12,972 feet. The largest intermontane plains include Yukon, Fraser, Columbia, Great Basin, Colorado, Northern Plateau, and Central Plateau. In terms of area, the largest plateau is the Great Basin in Nevada. This territory, spanning up to 800 kilometers, 497 miles in width, presents a mix of mountains and plains. the latter being more prevalent. The average elevation of the plateau is around 1,500 meters, 4,921 feet. However, the elevation varies greatly across the region. Between the ridges lie deep depressions known as bolsons, closed and semi-closed basins with internal drainage systems. One such formation is Death Valley, which you have probably heard about 100 times. This is an intermontane depression in the Mojave Desert and Great Basin region of the western United States in California, southeast of the Sierra Nevada mountain range. The valley contains the lowest point in North America at 85 meters, 278 feet below sea level. Another unique corner of the world is the Colorado Plateau. In terms of its geological structure, the plateau is a hilly plain interspersed with individual plateau-like peaks and table-shaped mountains. Formed in the middle reaches of the Colorado River, the legendary Grand Canyon is the most striking attraction in North America. Its depth reaches 1,800 meters, 5,900 feet, spanning 8 to 25 kilometers, 5 to 16 miles wide at the plateau level, and up to 1 kilometer, 0.62 miles at the bottom. Its steep, oddly shaped slopes are the result of weathering and erosion. A narrow, winding channel is literally cut into the crystalline base. While the Grand Canyon was shaped by the Colorado River and wind, Mammoth Cave was formed by underground waters. This is the longest karst cave system in the world. It formed in a layer of limestone under the Flint Range in the western foothills of the Appalachians. The length of the explored part is 676 kilometers, 420 miles. In total, there are still 225 underground passages, about 20 large halls, and over 20 deep shafts. Even laypeople can easily grasp how the Grand Canyon and caves were formed, not to mention scientists. But how in the world can you explain this? This is Devil's Tower, another absolutely unique landmark of North America. It's a volcanic origin monolith rising 1,558 meters, 5,112 feet above sea level, and 386 meters, 1,267 feet above the river valley, with a relative height of 265 meters, 869 feet above the surrounding landscape. It is the first site to be designated a national monument in the United States. This special status was conferred by President Theodore Roosevelt on September 24, 1906. While such geomorphological phenomena are not unique, and there are plenty of similar formations in North America, it is the Devil's Tower that has become symbolic and inspired a lot of funny conspiracy theories. In fact, its shape and structure prompted particularly impressionable people to suggest that it was not a mountain range at all, but a stump. Yep, a stump of some gigantic ancient tree from some mystical quote-unquote Silicon era. However, on this amazing continent, there indeed exist giant trees that leave tourists in awe, which we'll discuss shortly. And now, let's explore the inland waters of North America. Due to the varied climate and topography, rivers and lakes are evenly distributed across North America. The sources of water for these reservoirs are very different, including snow, glacial, ground, and rain. The largest river is the Mississippi, which stretches 3,734 kilometers, 2,320 miles long. It divides the United States into two unequal parts, western and eastern. People living along its banks often face flooding risks, particularly where it meets the Ohio River. It also regularly floods due to melting snow in the Appalachian Mountains. Another powerful river is the Missouri. Its length is 3,767 kilometers, 2,341 miles. The Missouri is considered a tributary of the Mississippi and greatly affects the main river of the United States. It has over 95 of its own tributaries, which flow from west to east. The Yukon River flows in the continent's northwest, which is 3,185 kilometers, 1,979 miles long, and almost divides Alaska in half. We've covered the largest rivers, but what about waterfalls? The tallest waterfall in North America is James Bruce in British Columbia, Canada. Ranking 9th globally, it is 840 meters, 2,756 feet high. Few know that this waterfall is named after a Scottish traveler who became famous for getting to the sources of the Blue Nile. Yosemite Falls is also one of the highest on the mainland, located in California's Yosemite National Park in the Sierra Nevada mountains. The waterfall consists of 3 cascades with a total height of 739 meters, 2,425 feet. And of course, the most famous waterfall in the USA is Niagara Falls. At 55 meters, 180 feet, it's certainly not the tallest worldwide. However, its allure lies in its scale and power. Over 6,000 cubic meters, 225,000 cubic feet is the record for the highest total volume of water passing through the falls per second. In fact, Niagara Falls is a whole system of 3 large waterfalls: American Falls, Horseshoe Falls, and Bridal Veil Falls, with Horseshoe Falls being the most iconic. The situation with lakes in North America is particularly intriguing. The Great Lakes of North America are a unique natural system consisting of 5 large lakes connected by rivers and straits. Spanning across the territory of Canada and the USA, they are part of the Atlantic Ocean Basin, covering an area of 245,200 square kilometers, 94,672 square miles, and holding a volume of 22,671 cubic kilometers, 5,439 cubic miles of water. This water system includes 5 main freshwater lakes, namely Lake Superior, Huron, Michigan, Erie, and Ontario. The system also has a whole set of smaller lakes. Additionally, some of the most noteworthy lakes include Lake of the Woods in Minnesota, the Great Salt Lake in Utah, Iliamna in Alaska, Oahe on the Missouri River, and Okeechobee in Florida. Now, let's talk about climate. The diversity of a continent's climate depends on its position across different latitudes. In this regard, North America comes second only to Eurasia, spanning all climatic zones except the equatorial one. In addition to latitude, the topography of the continent is another significant climate-forming factor. Meridionally located large mountain systems facilitate the movement of cold Arctic air far to the south and tropical air masses to the north. Given North America's considerable width, the continental climate prevails in its internal parts. Of course, ocean currents also influence the climate. Cold ones, Labrador and California, lower the temperatures in the summer, and warm ones, the Gulf Stream and the North Pacific, elevate winter temperatures and increase precipitation. However, high mountains in the west impede air mass movement from the Pacific Ocean. The geography of North America is quite extensive and encompasses 6 climate zones. Let's explore what they are. The Arctic zone is found in parts of the Canadian archipelago and the northern coast. This zone is marked by consistently low temperatures, ranging from plus 5 degrees Celsius, 41 degrees Fahrenheit in summer, to minus 40 degrees Celsius, minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit in winter. The subarctic zone is south of the Arctic. The climate is close to the Arctic, but is milder due to the monsoon circulation. Summers are humid and cold. The temperate zone covers most of the continent. Due to the large width of this belt, different locations have their own climatic characteristics. This belt is traditionally divided into areas of marine, temperate continental, and continental climate. The marine type is characteristic of the western slopes of the Cordillera and the Pacific coast. The weather here is almost the same throughout the year: warm winters and cool summers. The west coast is dominated by a temperate continental climate. which is characterized by colder winters and mild summers. The central part of the temperate zone has a continental type of climate. Its main feature is significant temperature differences between summer, up to plus 24 degrees Celsius, 75 degrees Fahrenheit, and winter, up to minus 20 degrees Celsius, minus 4 degrees Fahrenheit. The subtropical zone is located in the southern part of North America. In this area, winters are humid and warm, while summers are hot. The tropical zone stretches between the Gulf of Mexico and the Pacific Ocean. High temperatures prevail here throughout the year. There are areas with desert and humid tropical climates. The subequatorial region lies close to the equator on the east coast and southern part of the mainland. This climate zone is characterized by hot and humid weather throughout the year. Having discussed the predictable weather in the temperate zones, let's now discuss some non-standard weather. Who hasn't heard of a tornado as a type of atmospheric phenomenon? Surely everyone. And it is North America that currently holds the record for the number of hurricanes and tornadoes on the planet. This prevalence is due to the continent's unique combination of relief and climatic conditions. Very special weather conditions are needed for a tornado to form. It requires a collision of cold and warm air streams. The greater the contrast, the better for the vortex, and the worse for people living in the affected areas. Warm latitudes with large plains create favorable conditions for tornado formation, as airflows accelerate without any obstacles. Surrounding mountains can further intensify this process. Tornadoes often begin during thunderstorms with heavy rainfall. Intense rain can obscure the formation of a tornado's funnel, making it an even more hazardous phenomenon because it appears quite unexpectedly. When warm and cold air currents collide, the warm air tends to rise, creating a large discharged area. This results in a pressure difference that draws external objects into the vortex, along with new flows of warm and cold air. The process loops and forms a funnel where air moves at tremendous speeds. It can reach speeds of up to 1,300 kilometers per hour, 807 miles per hour. To put this into perspective, the cruising speed of a Boeing 737 is about 800 kilometers per hour, or 500 miles per hour. Generally, tornado funnels move at about 60 kilometers per hour, 37 miles per hour, which is not very fast. However, there are instances when the speed significantly increases, destroying everything at an unprecedented rate. The form and scale of such disasters may also vary. Most commonly, vortices resemble a whip, and some can look like ragged, puffy clouds above the ground. The latter consists not of one, but of multiple vortices at the same time. There was once observed a hurricane consisting of 8 funnels at once. Moving away from these terrible phenomena, let's shift our focus to calmer and more pleasant topics, the flora and fauna of the region. North America's plant life is remarkably diverse. The heterogeneity of the flora is due to the continent's geographical location. As we already know, several natural and climatic zones are found here. All of the planet's major biomes are represented by the diverse plant life of the Americas, from the Arctic tundra in the north to deserts in the southwest, encompassing grasslands, wetlands, and various forest biomes in between. In the north, a little south of the Arctic Ocean, there is a tundra, followed by the taiga. Beyond this lies the prairie, with deserts, semi-deserts, forest steppes, and steppes. This distribution of flora aligns with the location of natural zones. The shores of the Arctic Ocean are characterized by permafrost. The tundra begins a little further south, marked by cold winds and frozen soil where nothing grows except mosses and lichens. Only a little further south in the Alaska region, you can find some sparse vegetation like short grass, shrubs, and dwarf trees. These are saxifrage, bearberry, cranberry, lingonberry, creeping heather, wild rosemary, birch, Arctic willow and alder. Larch and spruce are found where the tundra turns into the forest tundra zone. Dense forests are found further south. This zone is known as the boreal forest. Don't worry if you're unfamiliar with the term. It's quite simple. Borealis is Latin for northern. The term boreal forests refers to forests beyond 60 degrees south or north latitude. They usually consist of coniferous trees such as larch, spruce, and pine. This kind of forest is also called taiga. A wide band of forests stretches from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean and covers about 4,000 kilometers, 2,485 miles. Some of its tree species are endemic of North America. That is, plants found only in this region. By the way, the mainland boasts a greater variety of coniferous trees than Eurasia. Who would have thought? Canada is especially notable for its tree diversity. It has 30% of the total boreal forests. The eastern part of North America, the Hudsonian taiga, is rich in rare coniferous species. Here, one can find some majestic endemic trees like American larch, Banks pine, white spruce, Sitka spruce, Douglas fir, western hemlock, cypress, giant arborvitae, pine fir, yellow pine, and sugar pines. It is worth noting that North America has a meridian division into zones. While northern zones show a parallel division, the south is divided along meridians. Coniferous forests gradually give way to mixed and broad-leafed forests, which occupy most of the continent. Species like white and black oaks, ash, tulip trees, various birches, maples, American beech, and the iconic sugar or Canadian maple grow in this area. Deciduous forests are rich in shrubs and grasses. In the continent's east, the so-called Appalachian forests, which were once famous for relict plants, have been partially preserved. Over time, much of the Appalachian forest was cut down. Nowadays, there are large numbers of different types of oaks, chestnut, beech, ash, linden, elm, and sycamore growing here. However, some rare plant species have been lost forever. Noteworthy deciduous trees native to America include the balsam poplar, aspen, and paper birch. In the West, forests gradually give way to prairies. The prairie climate is very dry, so trees generally don't grow here. The prairies are dominated by tall grasses, including cereals that can grow up to 150 centimeters, 59 inches high. The prairie climate is perfect for cacti and yucca. The savanna zone in eastern Mexico and Florida is characterized by scattered deciduous trees, including chestnut, walnut, and oak. The climate of the southern part is warm and humid, so palm trees, tree ferns, evergreen oaks, and cypresses grow here. The southern part of Florida is famous for its tropical forests with mangroves. Southern Mexico, with its tropical climate, is home to palm trees, rubber and olive trees, bamboo, mahogany, cedrea, logwood, avocado, cherimoya, sapote, guava, mamey, and mango. Orchids are a common flowering plant in this region. Various types of vines, flowering plants, herbs, and shrubs also grow in Mexico. Deserts and semi-deserts occupy the southern and western parts of the continent, including the areas of Southern California, Arizona, New Mexico, and West Texas. Subtropical deserts have a surprisingly rich flora, consisting of thorny branching shrubs and trees with modified leaves. There are blackthorn, agave, a huge number of the cactus family, and other succulents. There are about 700 species of cacti here. The smallest ones are 2 centimeters, 0.8 inches tall, while the giant specimens reach 20 meters, 65 feet in height. North America is home to some endemic flora not found on other continents. The most unique tree that grows on the mainland is the sequoia. The height of these trees reaches 110 meters, 360 feet, with trunk widths of about 5 meters, 65 feet, and can weigh up to 2,500 metric tons. Sequoias are long-lived, with lifespans of up to 2,000 years. Regrettably, human activities have led to the destruction of the most impressive specimens. Conservation efforts began almost at the last moment, allowing us to still admire these living giants, which have no equal in the world. However, it will take thousands of years for new giants to grow. Now, it's time to explore the fauna. The fauna of most of North America resembles that of Eurasia. This similarity can be explained by long-standing ties between Northeast Asia and Northwestern America. The Bering Strait was once a land bridge, so there were no problems with migration. Europe easily shared animal species with America. The fauna of Greenland and the Canadian Arctic archipelago, located in the Arctic desert zone, is naturally very scarce. The Arctic islands and tundra serve as habitats for musk oxen. American caribou reindeer are very common in the tundra and forest zones. Thanks to their long and dense fur, caribou can easily withstand cold weather. These animals winter in the taiga, but as soon as spring comes, they return to the tundra or forest. North America's coastlines and ice zones serve as the habitat for the polar bear. Polar wolves and foxes coexist with these animals. The North American fauna also includes voles, lemmings, and snowshoe hares, similar to those found in Eurasia. Partridges thrive and overwinter in the tundra, and migratory birds like the snowy owl, the Alaskan plantain, and various waterfowl species have also established themselves in this region. The coastal waters are inhabited by the polar bowhead whale, which prefers the water's surface layer. It shares these waters with beluga whales, narwhals, and many species of seals and walruses. The largest representative of the taiga zone is the forest bison. Moose are also found here. Previously, herds of elk deer, large animals with thick manes, were common in the area. Today, wapiti and bison live exclusively in protected regions. The forest zone is a convenient habitat for numerous smaller predators such as otters, skunks, martens, minks, and weasels. North American large predators include brown and American black bears, wolverines, lynxes, and wolves. In most areas, the Canadian beaver and muskrat were nearly hunted to extinction. But legal hunting restrictions have enabled these valuable fur-bearing animals to spread again. Small rodents include species like red squirrels, chipmunks, and mice. As you recall, in the eastern regions of North America, there is a zone of mixed and deciduous forests. The diversity of animal species here resembles the taiga fauna. The region is mostly inhabited by deer, brown bears, porcupines, and skunks. A possum, the only marsupial on the mainland, is also found here. Skunks are easily recognized by their wide white stripes that run from their heads to their bushy tails. When attacked, the skunk does not run away or try to hide. It has another defensive reaction: to release a liquid with a strong and extremely unpleasant odor produced by the animal's glands near the tail. There are ungulates, predators, rodents, insectivores, and bats in broadleaf forests. They are predominantly found in those areas where human activity hasn't significantly altered the natural conditions. These untouched forests are home to moose, red deer, sika deer, roe deer, fallow deer, and wild boars. There are also many large and small predators such as foxes, wolves, weasels, stoats, and ermines. Common rodents in this zone include squirrels, muskrats, beavers, and koi puss. Deciduous forests are populated by such birds as Virginia owls, fork-tailed kites, wild turkeys, and many other species. The most common birds are finches, larks, starlings, swallows, tits, flycatchers, jackdaws, woodpeckers, magpies, and rooks. Typical wetland birds of the area include geese, seagulls, ducks, cranes, herons, and sandpipers. In the zones of mixed and evergreen tropical forests, there are habitats of the Mississippi alligator and the alligator snapping turtle. A unique species of this zone is the American bullfrog. This amphibian can grow up to 15 centimeters, approximately 6 inches, with some specimens reaching 20 centimeters, about 8 inches. During spring, these animals limit their activity, and in winter, they enter a state of anabiosis. Rodents, lizards, and snakes hibernate during winter. Large mammals migrate, choosing areas with a milder climate for wintering. Birds migrate to different regions for the season. In the North American steppe zone, one can commonly find prairie dogs, which resemble small marmots. The ungulates aren't very diverse here. The bison population was almost eliminated in the past, but recent efforts have aimed to at least partially restore it. The pronghorn, another member of the even-toed ungulates family, was also on the brink of extinction. Ecologically speaking, this animal occupies the same niche as the antelopes, which are absent in the New World. Fortunately, due to concerted efforts by the government and conservationists, the pronghorn population seems to be recovering. This is encouraging, as pronghorns are unique in their own way. They are excellent runners, capable of reaching speeds up to 70 kilometers per hour, 43 miles per hour. Pronghorns face predation primarily from prairie wolves and coyotes that inhabit these areas and hunt in packs. However, pronghorns are rarely attacked, as they are challenging to catch, and predators can get seriously injured. Coyotes primarily feed on prairie dogs, hares, badgers, and birds, and will also eat carrion. The deserts and semi-deserts of North America are inhabited by a great number of reptiles, rodents, and armadillos. Savannas are forming in places where forests have been cleared. However, the fauna of this zone remains sparse. The typical wildlife of North American savannas includes certain species of ungulates and cougars. Here, one can also encounter rodents, snakes, and lizards. Most North American savannas are located in Mexico and Lower California. This ecological zone is not as prevalent on this continent as in Australia or Africa. However, human activity is intensively contributing to its expansion. Of course, the word contributing is used in a negative sense here. Over the years, human activity has increased the area of savannas at the expense of forests. Overall, the nature of North America has significantly changed under human influence. Our activity has affected all components of the geographic landscape: the atmosphere, hydrosphere, and biosphere. The initial perception of North America's abundant natural resources, established during the continent's colonization, has fostered a careless attitude toward them. Indeed, we tend to undervalue what we have in abundance. This has resulted in the depletion of arable lands, water pollution, extinction of unique animal species, and a reduction in areas covered by natural vegetation. The replacement of natural ecosystems with agricultural and urban areas has worsened the state of the atmosphere. Toxic smog forms in cities with many cars and industrial enterprises. It detrimentally affects the continent's flora and fauna and negatively impacts human health. The cultivation of land has practically led to the destruction of natural prairie ecosystems and significantly reduced forested areas. For example, only 4% of the tallgrass prairies remain untouched, and the ancient sequoia forests have been almost completely destroyed. Additionally, chemical runoff from intensively farmed lands has led to the pollution of water bodies and groundwater. Mining activities, especially those targeting large mineral deposits in the continent's northern regions, the tundra, forest tundra, and taiga, have caused considerable damage to natural complexes. The short, cold summers and long, frosty winters slowed down the development of vegetation and soil cover, meaning that it takes far longer for the natural complexes to get restored than in other areas. However, In contrast to Africa and South America, North America has placed a significant emphasis on nature conservation, particularly in the past few decades. The government has adopted laws protecting natural resources, and state programs are actively working towards rebuilding natural ecosystems, with strict monitoring of the status of individual environmental components. Efforts to address these issues extend across all levels, starting with education. A special course on environmental legislation is a mandatory subject in higher legal educational institutions. Although there is still a long way to go to fully solve all the problems, the trend inspires cautious optimism. Having completed our reflections on the complex environmental problems and efforts to restore nature in North America, we move on to the mysteries of South America. When Christopher Columbus first set foot on the lands of South America, the discovery was so significant that it was comparable in scale to the discovery of an exoplanet inhabited by intelligent beings. 5 centuries later, South America continues to amaze with its discoveries and mysteries. Now you will learn, where is the place where it has not rained in 400 years? What does a canyon that is even deeper than the Grand Canyon look like? How could a feeling of disappointment lead to the death of an entire civilization? What ancient city is at the bottom of Lake Titicaca? And so much more. Mysteries of South America. Let's start with a little revelation. You've probably heard that South America is often referred to as Latin America. Actually, it's not the same thing. South is a geographical term, while Latin is a cultural term. Latin America also includes the Caribbean and Central America. However, the South American Suriname and Guyana do not belong to Latin America. And since we started with fascinating country studies, let's continue with them. After all, South America can surprise even at a cursory acquaintance. The area of South America is 17,840,000 square kilometers, 6,888,062 square miles. This is roughly equal to the entire surface of the dwarf planet Pluto. Its territory could accommodate almost all of the countries of Europe put together twice. You could fit 32 times France, 50 times Germany, or 73 times Great Britain on this continent. Yet, the population of the entire South America is about 4 times smaller than the population of China and 3 times smaller than the population of India. About half of the entire South American population lives in Brazil. They speak a local dialect of Portuguese. There are more Portuguese speakers in Brazil than in Portugal itself. The only English-speaking country on the South American continent is Guyana, one of the poorest countries in the world. The French language is also widespread here. It is spoken in French Guiana, one of the remaining overseas colonies of France, and the official currency there is the euro. The South American country Venezuela was named after the Italian city of Venice. The discoverer, Amerigo Vespucci, saw the local people's houses built on piles on the shore and thought that they reminded him of Venice. In Argentina and Uruguay, the majority of the population are direct descendants of Spaniards and Italians, and the locals look like Europeans. And the most indigenous population is mostly concentrated in Bolivia and Peru. In the Republic of Chile, between 10 and 25% of the population, according to various estimates, are from the Spanish Basque country and their direct descendants. In the same Chile, about 3% of the population is ethnically Croatian, and about 500,000 people are German. There is even a country in South America where the Dutch language is spoken, Suriname, a former colony of the Netherlands. The remote and inaccessible places of the continent are still inhabited by tribes leading a primitive way of life. They are carefully protected from contact with civilization, and their location is not disclosed. We talked about it in one of the previous videos about the Amazon jungle. You can often find another surprising fact on the web saying that duels are still allowed in Paraguay, one of the countries of South America. Actually, this is a myth, and the Paraguayan authorities have repeatedly rejected it. This continent in general is full of sharp contradictions, perhaps even more so than Africa. South America holds many records. It is in South America that the wettest settlement on Earth is located. It is the Colombian city of Buenaventura, where it rains more than anywhere else. The driest of the hot deserts, Atacama, is also located on the South American continent. It's even drier than the Sahara. Some parts of it have not seen a single rainfall for over 400 years. In other parts of the Atacama, rainfall occurs every few decades. The South American salt flat of Uyuni in Bolivia, formed on the place of a dried-up lake, gets covered with a thin layer of water during the rainy season, which turns it into one giant mirror, the largest on Earth. The world's most famous waterfalls are also located in South America. Angel Falls is the tallest waterfall in the world, almost a kilometer high, and the powerful system of the Iguazu Falls is included in the list of the 7 natural wonders of the world. Lake Titicaca is the world's highest navigable lake. It lies at an altitude of more than 3,800 meters, 12,500 feet above sea level. Locals believe there is a submerged ancient city about 1,500 years old at the bottom of the lake. And it's not just a legend. Further, you will see the amazing finds that have been discovered at the bottom of the lake. Colca Canyon in South America is twice as deep as the Grand Canyon in the United States. The South American jungle is home to the world's largest snakes, anacondas, and some of the world's smallest monkeys, marmosets. In South America, at the confluence of the Catatumbo River into Lake Maracaibo, there is an anomaly. A place where lightning strikes more often than anywhere else on Earth. There are up to 200 thunderstorm days here every year, and the average number of lightning strikes per 1 squared kilometer of surface is about 250 per year. The South American Andes, or Andean Cordillera, are the world's longest mountain range. It stretches for 8,900 kilometers, 5,500 miles. That's roughly equal to the entire country of Russia from west to east. It is in South America that the world's most high-altitude capital is located. This is the Bolivian city of La Paz, lying at an altitude of 3,640 meters, 11,942 feet above sea level. The South American volcano Ojos del Salado, rising to 6,887 meters, is the highest volcano on Earth. The mighty Amazon, the longest river in the world, flows through South America. It is ranked first in terms of catchment basin and water capacity. South American Lake Maracaibo is the largest lake in South America and the second oldest of all lakes on Earth. It is nearly equal in area to a country as large as Montenegro. The summit of the South American volcano Chimborazo, which rises to a height of 6,267 meters, is the most distant point of the Earth's surface from the center. It is 3.4 kilometers, 2.17 miles farther from it than the summit of Mount Everest. You may ask, how can this be? It's because our planet does not have quite a regular spherical shape, but is slightly oblate-shaped. All of the above is just part of the amazing record set by the continent in an imaginary competition with other continents. But why is it so? How did it happen that these lands collected such a bunch of metals? There are several reasons for this. In many respects, the very history of the continent's formation became the decisive factor. In the distant geologic past, the lands of present-day South America were part of the supercontinent of Pangaea. It also included Antarctica, Australia, and Africa. More than 200 million years ago, Pangaea began to split apart. First into two major parts, Gondwana and Eurasia. Gondwana, including future South America, became the modern southern hemisphere. To the north lies the boundaries of the South American plate, with a relatively small Caribbean plate. To the west with the Nazca plate, and even further south with the Antarctic lithospheric plate. The interaction of these plates resulted in a chain of deep sea grooves along the Pacific coast of South America and a mountain belt on the mainland. The Andes extend in a meridional direction and run across the entire continent. If the junction of the lithospheric plates were slightly to the left, these mountains would also exist, but underwater. And on the surface of the ocean, we would see a very long archipelago. Perhaps it would be very interesting, but we would then be deprived not only of these beautiful landscapes, but also part of the modern astronomy that we know. In fact, it is in the highlands of Chile with the crystal clear air that the largest and most important ground-based observatories are located. Paranal, La Silla, Las Campanas, the famous ALMA Observatory, and others. ALMA stands for Atacama Large Millimeter Array. Yes, this complex is not just in the mountains at an altitude of 5,000 meters, about 3,000 miles, but also in the Atacama Desert. ALMA is responsible for the most detailed image of the star Betelgeuse to date, and this is not the only achievement of the observatory. Who knows what our astronomy would be if we did not have this South America with its mountains and desert? Andes, by the way, continue to grow, which means that these are very active, living mountains. The entire Andean belt experiences earthquakes, including very destructive ones. There are many extinct and active volcanoes in the Andes. The highest active volcano in the world, Yellowstone, with a height of 6,739 meters, 22,110 feet, is located here. For all the unusual nature of the Andes, they can surprise even a seasoned traveler or geologist. What do you think about this? These are the so-called Rainbow Mountains. They are located 100 kilometers, 60 miles from Cusco in the province of Quispicanquis at an altitude of 5,200 meters, 17,100 feet above sea level, among snowy peaks and turquoise lagoons. From there, you have a magnificent view of the Asen Gate Glacier, a sacred Inca mountain where pilgrims gather each year to celebrate the Day of Coyuriti. To be precise, it is Mount Vinicunca that has different names in different languages. Rainbow Mountain, Rainbow Arco Iris, Mountain of Seven Colors, Montaña de Siete Colores, and Red Hill, Cerro Colorado. The other Rainbow Mountains of Peru recently opened to tourists are the three Palcoyo Mountains. They are lower than Vinicunca, 4,850 meters, 15,912 feet above sea level. These colored layers of mountains were formed millions of years ago from red sandstone, which, under the influence of climatic conditions, groundwater, and mineral substances, was colored in yellow, green, white, and other colors. Thus, nature shows us once again that it is capable of creating real works of art. And the most fascinating of them are those that can be observed in dynamics. We have already mentioned that it is in South America that the highest waterfall in the world is located, Angel Falls. Yes, it is impressive. First of all, with its height, 979 meters, 3,212 feet. But what really takes your breath away is getting to the observation deck of another famous waterfall, Iguazu. This is truly a landscape that looks like it's from another planet, like Cameron's Pandora. Again, when we hear the word waterfall, we involuntarily imagine something standing alone. But Iguazu is a huge complex of waterfalls, 2.7 kilometers, 1.7 miles wide. It includes about 275 individual waterfalls. The height of the falling water reaches up to 82 meters, 269 feet. But most of the waterfalls are just over 60 meters, 196 feet. The largest is Garganta del Diablo, a U-shaped cliff 150 meters, 492 feet wide, and 700 meters, 2,296 feet long. This waterfall marks the border between Brazil and Argentina. This huge giant has a good supply of food. In the rainy season, about 2,000 millimeters, 78 inches of precipitation falls in the area. But there are also surprises. You wouldn't believe it, but even such a giant was briefly dried up. In 1978, the waterfall was in hibernation for a whole month. Now, for the acuity of sensations, we would need something opposite to this abundance of turbulent water. And what could play this role better than a desert? And there is one in South America, the Atacama Desert. We've already mentioned that it's one of the driest places on the planet. You think that's because it's so hot. Well, it's a desert. But no, that's not the case. Atacama can be considered one of the coldest deserts as well. The average temperature on the coast in January is 19 to 20 degrees Celsius, 66 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit. In July, 13 to 14 degrees Celsius, or 55 to 57 degrees Fahrenheit. That is, to put it mildly, far from the usual stereotypes. Why is it so terribly dry here? The Peruvian current is partly to blame. It cools the lower layers of the atmosphere and creates a temperature inversion that prevents precipitation. The average annual rainfall here is less than 50 millimeters, 2 inches. The flat part of the desert is almost lifeless. There are only lichens, small cacti, and some other very sparse flora. But people still manage to somehow live in these almost Martian conditions. Where do they get water? The locals use fog catchers to collect water. These are cylinders as tall as a man, the walls of which are made of nylon threads. Fog condenses on the walls of the cylinder and flows down the nylon threads into a barrel. With such a device, you can collect up to 18 liters, 5 gallons of water per day. Anyway, this works only in places where this fog happens, and there are not so many of them. By the way, there are also difficulties with glaciers here. There are glaciers, but very few. They just cannot appear due to the same scarcity of precipitation. But there is plenty of ice in one of the most picturesque places in South America, in the Perito Moreno Glacier. This is a giant mass of ice in the Los Glaciares National Park in the southwest of Argentina's Santa Cruz province. Its area is 250 square kilometers, 60 square miles. It is in fact a whole ice plateau, and at the same time, the third largest reserve of fresh water in the world. The width of the Perito Moreno tongue is 5 kilometers, 3 miles. The average height is 60 meters, 196 feet above the water surface. The average depth is 170 meters, 557 feet. The maximum depth reaches 700 meters, 2,296 feet. Another remarkable thing is that this glacier does not retreat as many glaciers do today. Its forward speed is 2 meters, 6 to 7 feet per day, about 700 meters, 2,296 feet per year. However, the mass loss is about the same, so the glacier tongue has not retreated or advanced for 90 years. Still, periodically, the glacier advances on Lake Argentino, reaching the opposite shore and creating a natural dam. This dam divides the lake into two parts. Deprived of runoff, the water in the southern part of the lake can rise up to 30 meters, 100 feet above the level of the main lake. The sheer pressure of such a mass of water eventually crushes the ice barrier holding it back. And it's an awesome sight for sure. However, the cycle of dam formation and breaching is irregular and repeats with varying frequency, from once a year to less than once per decade. Now, if we want to see something equally impregnable, but much more predictable, we should head to Venezuela, home to the most beautiful table mountains in the world. Table mountains are called so for an obvious reason. Their peaks are flat and very vast areas. This is exactly how Kukinin Mount looks like, and the falls are especially picturesque. It is far from being the biggest, but it is so special that it can be seen everywhere people try to portray something beautiful. You see it as if it were a thin stream running down a cliff, but it's actually a rather substantial river. But it only looks like a stream in scale because it falls from a height of 674 meters, 2,214 feet. Yes, it's the second tallest waterfall in South America, after Angel Falls. And finally, another natural wonder. Do you remember we said at the beginning of the video that there is a canyon in South America which is even deeper than the Grand Canyon in the USA? Well, that's where we're going now. Colca Canyon is a large geological formation in the south of Peru, in the valley of the Colca River. The canyon is approximately 90 kilometers, 56 miles long, and 3 to 5 kilometers, 2 to 3 miles wide. Yes, it is far from the Grand Canyon with its length of 446 kilometers, 277 miles, and a width of almost 30 kilometers, 18 miles. But still, the depth is unrivaled. How could it have formed? Well, it's not just the river that worked to create it. It was largely due to active mountain formation. The intense uplift of the Andes led to the formation of numerous cracks. Colca Canyon is just the largest of them. The height of the mountains surrounding the canyon is more than 5 kilometers, 3 miles. But the bottom of the canyon is still quite high, about 2 kilometers, 1.2 miles above sea level. Many lucky tourists who got to the observation deck La Cruz del Condor were able to watch the majestic flight of a huge eagle, Andean condor, the symbol of the canyon. These relief and massive formations have been honed by our planet for over millions of years. But it has excelled in creating a mind-boggling diversity of living organisms. The continent's climate, even more versatile than that of Africa, has contributed to this. And of course, the absolutely breathtaking exuberance of life is concentrated in the basin of the majestic Amazon. We have previously devoted a whole video to it, and now we will remind you of the highlights. The tropical forest occupies the watershed of the Amazon and its inflows in northern South America over an area of 2,300,000 square miles, 6 million square kilometers. Occupying about 40% of Brazil's total area, the basin is bordered by the Guiana Highlands to the north, the Andes to the west, the central Brazilian plateau to the south, and the Atlantic Ocean to the east. It is the largest tropical rainforest in the world. It covers an area larger than India, which, by the way, is one of the biggest countries in the world. It is home to millions of different animals and plants, and the forest itself plays a vital role in the Earth's ecosystem. There are still tribes here, leading a way of life as they did in the pre-Columbian era. Some scientists estimate that there are about 400 to 500 such tribes living in the Amazon forest. About 50 tribes have never had contact with the outside world. The Amazon rainforest is also called the lungs of the earth, and it's pretty much true, because about 20% of the total amount of oxygen on our planet is produced here in this rainforest. It's also home to more than 2.5 million insect species. Not specimens, but species. Electric eels are also doing quite well in the Amazon. The river is also home to the toothy piranha fish, which has earned an eerie fame. Legends say that a pack of hungry piranhas can eat a live cow to the bone in a matter of minutes. In reality, it's not so dramatic, and piranhas are rather timid. Nevertheless, they have sharp and strong jaws, which are regularly used for their intended purpose. Also, the anaconda lives here, and only here. It is the largest snake in the world. Its length reaches 9 meters, 30 feet. Fortunately for humans, it does not consider humans as prey, but it can still easily kill an adult human by mistake or out of fear. Unfortunately, the future of these mind-blowingly rich places does not look bright, all because of the growing volumes of both illegal and legal logging. About 60 hectares, 150 acres of Amazonian rainforest is being destroyed every minute. This is one of the saddest facts, and the situation is getting worse and worse here every year. If the Amazon rainforest disappears, we will lose about half of the life forms on our planet. After all, biologists estimate that over 10 million species live within the Amazon, taking into account all animals, insects, and plants. To this day, new species of plants and insects are being regularly discovered in the jungles surrounding the Amazon. They have not yet been fully explored. With all the amazing and diverse flora and fauna of South America, there is something that is leading by a landslide in terms of interest of both ordinary people and the scientific community. We are talking, of course, about the heritage of ancient civilizations. By the number of breathtaking archaeological discoveries, the continent easily rivals any other place on Earth. You've all heard of the Mayans, who left behind amazing pyramidal structures. But they are located in Mexico, that is, in North America. We are now going to talk about a less known but no less fascinating civilization in South America, Mexica. These people also left behind a rich cultural heritage, and some finds are so valuable that they are considered equal in importance to the tomb of Egyptian Tutankhamun. Historians believe that the Inca Empire was the largest and most powerful state in pre-Columbian America. It was located in what is now Peru, as well as parts of Chile and Ecuador. This state was formed around the beginning of the 13th century, and after only 200 years, its domain covered a huge area where 10 million people lived. Inevitably, comparisons with Genghis Khan or Alexander the Great come into our minds. Probably each major civilization had its great commanders. In the Spanish chronicles, as well as in the memoirs of the modern peoples of South America, there are two different legends describing how the Inca civilization arose. One of them places the homelands of the empire's first rulers along the shores of Lake Titicaca, while the other puts them a few dozen kilometers south of the empire's former capital, Cuzco, on the border of Bolivia and Peru. Scientists confirmed the first legend back in 1977. At that time, amateur divers who were diving near the island of Isla del Sol in the center of Lake Titicaca found several artifacts of presumably religious nature. From that point on, a series of discoveries began, and the interest of ordinary citizens and scientists literally stuck to this amazing lake for many decades. And now you will find out what mysteries of the lake have been uncovered. First, let's consider some facts about the lake itself. It is the largest lake in South America by water volume, and the second largest by surface area, spanning 8,732 square kilometers, 3,232 square miles. The lake is even navigable. Moreover, at an altitude of 3,812 meters, 12,507 feet, It is one of the highest lakes in the world. To put this in perspective, the height of Mount Fuji, one of the most recognizable mountains in the world, is 3,776 meters, 12,390 feet, which is slightly lower. But while Fuji is a mountain peak, here we are talking about a vast highland lake. By all accounts, this is quite an unusual phenomenon. And if you need more facts to fully grasp its scale, here's some more. Over 300 rivers flow into the lake, originating from glaciers surrounding the Altiplano Plateau. The lake has 41 islands, some of which are densely populated. Despite the skepticism scientists tend to have, we think you'd agree there's plenty of room at the bottom of this lake to hide a massive city. So, what did archaeologists discover? During the initial 1977 expedition, only a couple of ambiguous artifacts were found. However, in subsequent attempts, researchers came much better equipped. Many excavations were conducted on and around the Koa Reef, near the island bearing the same name. The count of found artifacts reached thousands in no time. But there was a catch. All of these artifacts got to the bottom of the lake from the outside. Whether accidentally or intentionally, the Incas threw them into the water during religious ceremonies. Therefore, while these items were ancient, they did not necessarily suggest that there was a submerged city at the bottom of Lake Titicaca. But scientists and enthusiasts didn't give up. Back in 2002, a team of researchers discovered something that genuinely belonged on land, not underwater. They discovered not just fragments, but whole Incan artifacts, specifically stone sacrificial boxes with figurines and other offerings to gods or ancestral spirits inside. Then, real signs of a settlement were found. The remnants of the structures didn't exactly qualify as an entire city, but there was no doubt that it was some kind of settlement. For our purposes, let's refer to it as a city. According to scholars, this settlement marks the beginning of Peruvian history. Incidentally, researchers calculated that at the same time, the lake level was about 20 meters, 65 feet lower than it is now. At the city's center, divers discovered a stone slab resembling an altar adorned with pottery, with fragments of llama bones on the slab. It seems this place was used for sacrifices. A 20-meter, 65-foot thick stone pillar was found somewhere in the middle of the lake, topped with a llama figure, which also likely held a sacred significance. Archaeologists believe these artifacts belong to the Tiahuanaco civilization, known for their stone masonry, which peaked in the 9th to 10th centuries. Further excavations on the island revealed it served as a major religious and cultural hub for both the Incan state and its predecessors. Recently, American and Belgian anthropologists made an even more astonishing discovery, examining the lake bed near the reef close to the eastern shores of Titicaca. Close to the smallest of these islands, divers came across a large stone chest, securely sealed with a stone lid. Inside, they found a miniature llama figurine carved from the shell of a spiny oyster, Spondylidae, and a small scroll of gold leaf. Both items were of great value to the Incas, as mollusks from the Spondylus genus are only found along the Pacific coast near Ecuador, 2,000 meters, 1,250 miles from Lake Titicaca. Scientists believe that this discovery confirms that Lake Titicaca held immense cultural and religious significance for the Incas, unifying many disparate peoples who were part of their empire. Researchers hope that future underwater excavations will help them uncover other similar sites, home to untouched artifacts of pre-Columbian America. But to fully appreciate the legacy of the Incas, we need to step out of the water and onto land and head to the vicinity of the city of Cusco to see Sacsayhuaman, one of the enigmatic landmarks of Peru. This amazing archaeological complex lies at an altitude of 3,500 meters 11,500 feet, not far from the city of Cusco. The name can be translated in various ways, including spotted hawk, royal eagle, and even marblehead. In the Quichua language, it also means a well-fed falcon. Scientists presume that it was constructed at the turn of the first and second millennia. The distinctive feature of Sacsayhuaman is its zigzag-shaped, three-layered walls reaching up to 15 meters, 50 feet in height. The walls are located on the northern side of the city. The longest wall is 400 meters, 1,312 feet long, and 6 meters, 19 feet high. The area of the site covers over 3,000 hectares, 7,413 acres. There's a circular structure at the heart of the complex. According to different theories, it could have been a temple, a sundial, or a water tower. Today, only its foundation, comprising 3 concentric circles, is left. The building's original height remains a mystery, much like a lot of facts about this place. Researchers propose various hypotheses about the origin of this fascinating relic. It's attributed to the Inca people. It's believed to be a fortress shielding the Inca Empire's capital, and at the same time, a complex of temples. Some posit that Sacsayhuaman was a military garrison. According to various speculations, the zigzag walls symbolize lightning, a deity worshipped by the Incas. However, some scholars don't attribute the construction to the Incas, suggesting the involvement of some other peoples. Historical records indicate that the Incas lacked the advanced technology to create such mind-blowing fortifications. And there's a lot of stuff that can blow your mind away. The multi-ton blocks used to build the walls were sourced from different quarries, somehow transported to Sacsayhuaman, and then put together with staggering precision. No binding material was used in the construction. If it wasn't the Incas, then who was it? Unfortunately, no one knows the answer to this question. Similarly, historians can't reliably explain the meticulous precision of the stone fitting. There are only theories of varying degrees of credibility. But if you're looking for something utterly implausible brought to life, the Incas will never fail to surprise you. There exists a mysterious Incan settlement that was once overlooked even by the conquistadors. It lies 2,450 meters, 8,038 feet above sea level, and has such a unique layout that one can't help but wonder if the architects of the time wanted to hide it from the rest of the world. Unfortunately, the true name of the city remains a mystery. We only know the relatively modern term, Machu Picchu, which literally translates as Old Mountain. In 1911, the city was discovered by American researcher and Yale University professor Hiram Bingham. It was accidentally photographed from an airplane, prompting Bingham's expedition. He was guided by one of the young locals. The event was so special that the authorities even sent security guards to accompany the research team. Imagine the overwhelming emotions researchers felt. They had photos of a real city no one knew anything about for at least 400 years. The air was filled with anticipation of what they might find. Yet, Bingham's expedition took on a prosaic twist when he found simple peasants living in this forsaken city. Moreover, they couldn't have been clearer about their unwillingness to interact with any visitors or emissaries of external civilization. Bingham's group received another small reality check upon seeing charcoal inscriptions of names on the city's granite walls. They weren't the first ones to come here. However, these minor setbacks couldn't overshadow their success and the significance of the discovery itself. Scientists quickly found out that the city was none other than the residence of the supreme Inca ruler, Pasha Kutek. After his death, the Incas put the city to good use. It became an educational hub for children from noble families. Men learned astronomy, and women studied textile crafts. Another theory suggests that the city was used for defense and military purposes, ensuring control over the subordinate tribes. Moreover, Machu Picchu managed to access fertile tropical and subtropical regions where fruits, pumpkins, and vital medicinal plants were cultivated. In general, the discovered ruins took scientists by surprise. The city's architecture was robust and reliable. The buildings typically had 2 stories with thatched roofs and stone walls. The blocks were perfectly aligned. In specific places, the buildings had gaps seemingly designed for earthquakes. What surprised researchers even more is that the ancient builders didn't use any bonding agents or adhesives. Just like with the Sacsayhuaman fortress, the stones were held in place solely by their own weight. Constructing a city in such an inconvenient location required incredible skill. Modern experts believe that preparing the site and laying the foundation accounts for about half of the building efforts. To build such a city, the constructors would have needed extensive knowledge of topography, geology, astronomy, and even ecology. Builders leveraged the natural slopes and employed techniques that ensure structural integrity, even in the event of a rock movement or an earthquake. One of the most intriguing artifacts of Machu Picchu is Intihuatana, the so-called sunstone. It lies on a triangular platform and resembles a large fist with a finger pointing upward. According to legend, the Incas ritually tied the sun to this finger so that it wouldn't run away from them during the winter solstice. Another theory suggests that this was a solar observatory. Machu Picchu has not been fully explored to this day. Since 1983, this extraordinary city has been on UNESCO's World Heritage List, and since 2007, it's been celebrated as one of the new wonders of the world. But wait a minute, let's go back to those peasants Bingham encountered. Who were they? Did they originally live in this city? What happened to Machu Picchu's actual indigenous inhabitants? Well, here's where the plot thickens, as it involves rather mysterious and tragic events. The inhabitants of Machu Picchu vanished after the Spanish colonizers invaded the Incan Empire in 1532. The first theory suggests that Machu Picchu relied on the provisions from the Incan capital, which was about 100 kilometers, 62 miles away. When the invaders came and disrupted food supplies, famine gradually drove residents out of the city. According to the second theory, around 5,000 people from the lower classes went to combat the Spanish invaders, while 3,000 of the nobility retreated to the legendary Vilcabamba, taking their treasures with them. However, one can only speculate why the city was actually abandoned. Yet, the mysterious deserted city is still a city, and we can somewhat understand its purpose. Meanwhile, the ancient South American civilizations also created something that has baffled humanity for decades. This is the Nazca Plateau in the southern part of Peru. It's located in a dry area between the cities of Nazca and Palpa, stretching over 80 kilometers, 50 miles. It is here that one discovers a unique collection of ancient geoglyphs, giant ground drawings that can only be viewed from above. Today, we know about 143 drawings depicting birds, a monkey, a spider, flowers, and more. But besides these recognizable drawings, there were found around 13,000 lines and stripes and about 700 geometric shapes, primarily triangles and trapezoids, as well as around 100 spirals. Some were actually huge, reaching 100 meters, 330 feet, and more. Who were all these messages addressed to? Interestingly, this remarkable site was rediscovered multiple times. The Nazca geoglyphs were first reported in 1553 by the Spanish historian, geographer, and humanist Pedro Cieza de León. At the time, however, he only saw them as some sort of route markers. Please keep in mind, airplanes did not exist back then, so the scholar couldn't fully comprehend what he was really seeing. Although one could partially see the lines from nearby hills, no one could make out their shapes until the 20th century. Peruvian military and civilian pilots were the first to report them. Then, in 1927, the Peruvian archaeologist Toribio Mejia Chespe noticed the shapes during his highland expedition. He also discussed them at a Lima conference in 1939. From that year on, global interest in these fascinating drawings has surged exponentially. Naturally, the first question that came up was how were they made? Surprisingly, the answer was both straightforward and trivial. The images were created by removing the top layer of soil to a depth of just a dozen inches, no more than 0.5 meters, 1.5 feet. Thanks to the region's extreme aridity, the geoglyphs have been preserved for centuries. While scientists quickly understood the question of how, the why proved to be much more elusive. What drove the ancient natives to undertake this endeavor? Over the years, this has become a highly debatable topic, with an unimaginable number of speculations. Skeptics tend to lean towards more trivial explanations. Romantics and fringe theorists excitedly suggest extraterrestrial involvement. As of now, we don't have a theory that conclusively explains this phenomenon, as the key point of the puzzle doesn't align. It makes sense that these shapes were addressed to someone who could see them. Otherwise, what's the point? To someone looking down from high above. After all, the images themselves are literally gazing up at the sky, as if waiting for someone. One can only guess who South America is sending greetings to. Discovering the secrets of the ancient Nazca geocliffs that continue to beckon explorers and adventurers from around the world, we travel to a continent where history and geography intertwine in a unique dance of diversity and record. It is the largest continent on our planet, offering a journey through time and space, from the highest peaks of Mount Everest to the deepest waters of Lake Baikal. It's home to the most people on the planet, far more than anywhere else, more than 5 billion people. It's not hard to guess that we're talking about Eurasia. Today, you will learn: what epic cataclysm created Mount Everest? Are there monkeys in Europe? Who invented numbers? And what does Eurasia have to do with it? And what infernal entity, about 40,000 kilometers long, encircles the Pacific Ocean? Eurasia, a champion continent. Eurasia accounts for about 36% of the planet's landmass, covering 53.6 million square kilometers, about 20.7 million square miles. It is the only continent on Earth washed by 4 oceans. The highest point on the continent is Mount Everest, also known as Chomolungma, with an elevation of nearly 8,849 meters, 29,031 feet. This towering peak is also the highest on the planet when measured from sea level. The lowest point on the planet is also located in Eurasia. It's the Gore Depression, a world record holder among terrestrial depressions. At its bottom lies the world-famous Dead Sea in Israel. And the lowest land point on Earth not submerged underwater is 432 meters, 1,419 feet below sea level. The continent also boasts the deepest lake on the planet, Lake Baikal. At its maximum depth reaches 1,642 meters, 5,387 feet. Additionally, the largest lake, the Caspian Sea, is also found in Eurasia. Wait, is it actually a lake or a sea? Technically, the Caspian Sea is a lake, as it's not connected to the world ocean. But it is saline, and so vast that it is commonly considered a sea. The Arabian Peninsula, the world's largest peninsula, is another geographical marvel in Eurasia, located in the southwestern part of the continent. It spans an area of 3,237,500 square kilometers, 1,250,000 square miles. It's large enough to accommodate nearly 6 countries the size of France. While you can simply list the records, they are much more interesting to learn about in context. And first, we'll explore geography. Eurasia encompasses more than 1/3 of the Earth's landmass. Of this, 4/5 belong to Asia and 1/5 to Europe. And now seems like a perfect time to explore what Europe and Asia represent in geographical terms. These are 2 parts of the world traditionally identified as parts of Eurasia. Europe and Asia themselves are not continents. A conventional boundary divides Europe and Asia. The official demarcation between Europe and Asia is a line going through the Aegean Sea, the Dardanelles, the Sea of Marmara, the Bosporus, the Black Sea, along the watershed of the main Caucasian Range, the northwestern part of the Caspian Sea, then along the Ural River and extending from the Ural Mountains to the Arctic Ocean. Eurasia is so vast that it is bordered by nearly all existing oceans on the planet: the Atlantic Ocean to the west, the Arctic Ocean to the north, the Pacific Ocean to the east, and the Indian Ocean to the south. Of course, Eurasia also has its own seas within these oceans, including the Baltic, North, Mediterranean, Black, Red, Arabian, South China, Yellow, Sea of Japan, Sea of Okhotsk, and Bering Sea, to just name a few. Furthermore, Eurasia has numerous bays. For example, the Bothnian, Finnish, Bay of Biscay, Persian, Gulf of Oman, Bay of Bengal, Suez, and a bunch of smaller ones. This continent also boasts an abundance of straits, including Gibraltar, Bosporus, Dardanelles, English Channel, Bering Strait, Bab el-Mandeb, among others. Eurasia has a highly indented coastline, resulting in many peninsulas: Arabian, Indostan, Indochina, Iberian, Apennine, Anatolian, Scandinavian, Kamchatka, Tamir, Yamal, Kola, and many smaller ones. There are also plenty of large and small islands: Iceland, Great Britain, Sakhalin, Sri Lanka, and the Greater Sunda Islands, which include Java, Borneo, Sulawesi, Sumatra, and the Philippines. No other continent even comes close to boasting such a diversity of seas, bays, straits, peninsulas, and islands. The Eurasian landmass extends far in all directions. From north to south, Eurasia stretches over 8,500 kilometers, 5,280 miles. The northernmost continental point of Eurasia is Cape Chelyuskin, located on the Taimyr Peninsula. The southernmost continental point of Eurasia is Cape Pi, situated at the southern tip of the Malay Peninsula in Malaysia. This cape is just 140 kilometers, 87 miles from the equator. Thus, we can immediately infer that Eurasia is located in all the climatic zones, which change from north to south. Shortly, you will learn how this has influenced the continent's wildly diverse flora and fauna. Eurasia's span from west to east is even greater. By some estimates, it's up to 18,000 kilometers, over 11,000 miles. The continent stretches across the entire eastern hemisphere, and its extreme western and eastern points enter the western hemisphere from different sides. The westernmost point of Eurasia is in the western hemisphere, on the Iberian Peninsula in Portugal, known as Cape Roca. The easternmost mainland point of Eurasia is Cape Dezhnev in Russia, located on the Chukotka Peninsula. But the honor of being the discoverer was awarded to another person. You will find out who later on. With the discovery sorted, it's now time to delve into how Eurasia is structured. To accurately comprehend the geological structure of the continent, one must know its formation history. Scientists believe that it took 3 geological epochs to form, which is why the continent of Eurasia has a rather complex geological structure. In geological terms, it is the youngest continent, formed during the Mesozoic and Cenozoic eras. First, let's delve into Eurasia's very core and find out what constitutes its foundation, what it literally stands on. The oldest platforms of the continent share a similar structure, with a crystalline base underpinning a sedimentary cover composed of both marine and continental sedimentary rocks. Despite similarities, each platform has some unique features. The Chinese platform is literally split into separate parts, the largest being the South and North China cratons. The Arabian platform is bisected by a rift. The Siberian and Indian platforms are characterized by deep faults, allowing magmatic rocks to penetrate their sedimentary covers. The thickness of this cover varies greatly in different regions, from tens of miles to almost zero, where bare crystalline shields are exposed. The predominance of mountainous landscapes on the continent is a result of active tectonic movements caused by the convergence and thrusting of lithospheric plates. It is estimated that mountains and plateaus account for up to 65% of Eurasia's territory. Don't you find it a little surprising? Mountains account for over half of the largest continent. But it's true. This makes Eurasia also the highest continent, with an average elevation of about 838 meters, 2,750 feet above sea level. The second largest type of Eurasian relief is plains. Mountains and plains are the main forms of relief on the continent. Unique to Eurasia, both its mountains and plains are the largest in terms of area and height, compared to other continents where mountain ranges are typically at the edges. In Eurasia, they are found both at the edges and deep within the continent. Different geological schools identify various orogenic belts, which include the continent's mountain ranges and plains that separate them. The 2 oldest belts are the Caledonian orogeny, comprising the Scandinavian mountains and the mountains of Great Britain, and the Central Asian orogenic belt, the latter being the longer one. It encompasses systems of different ages: Novaya Zemlya and the Ural Mountains, Altai and Sayansk, the Yenisei Ridge, Central Kazakhstan, and Tian Shan, Central Mongolia. Then there's the Alpide Belt, stretching from the Strait of Gibraltar to Indonesia. It includes the Pyrenees, Alps, Carpathians, Crimea, Caucasus, and the majestic Himalayas with Everest. Last but not least, the Pacific Belt. It's the largest and most active one on the planet, which earned it a dramatic name, the Pacific Ring of Fire. This is a kind of hellish entity, a giant tectonic belt around 40,000 kilometers, 25,000 miles long, and up to 500 kilometers, 310 miles wide, encircling the Pacific Ocean. Why a hellish entity? Because it contains between 750 to 915 volcanoes, accounting for about 2/3 of the world's total number. The Ring of Fire has up to 90% of the world's earthquakes, including 81% of the largest ones. A significant part of this gigantic formation falls within Eurasia. It stretches from the Vorkoyansk and Chursky mountain ranges, along the Chukotka Peninsula, Kamchatka, the islands of the Japanese, and Malay archipelagos. Since mountains occupy more than half of Eurasia's territory, it's worth examining them in more detail. Let's start with the continent's true pride. The Himalayas are the world's largest mountain system. Located in Asia, they span across 5 countries and cover an area of about 595,000 square kilometers, nearly 223,000 square miles. This massive range stretches 2,400 kilometers, 1,500 miles, with the width varying from 350 kilometers, 220 miles in the west, to 150 kilometers, 93 miles in the east. This is a terraced system, with the average height of its peaks being 6,000 meters, 19,700 feet. The Himalayas have over 100 peaks exceeding 7,200 meters, 23,600 feet above sea level, including 10 peaks over 8 kilometers, 5 miles high. Among them, the world's highest mountain, Everest. The Himalayas formed as a result of the collision between the Eurasian and Indo-Australian plates about 25 million years ago. However, the process itself began much earlier. If one could go back in time and observe this in a time lapse, it would be an epic show. At that time, the Indian subcontinent was an island which collided full force with southern Asia, transforming into a peninsula. With enormous momentum, it began to crumple everything in its path. While this is a typical process in mountain formation, this particular case was unique due to the similar geological densities of the colliding masses. Instead of one plate submerging into the mantle, as in the case of subduction, both plates began to crumple into a gigantic accordion. This collision gave rise to the Earth's highest mountains and the largest plateau, Tibet. So vast was this planetary scale collision, and by the way, it's still ongoing. The Indian subcontinent hasn't yet expended its energy, so this colossal impact continues, making the Himalayas grow even higher. In the next 10 million years, it's projected to push into southern Asia by an additional 1,500 kilometers, over 900 miles. Now, let's shift our focus to another part of the world, Europe. The Alps are the tallest mountain range in Europe. This system spans 1,200 kilometers, 750 miles in length, and up to 250 kilometers, 160 miles in width. Its highest peak, Mont Blanc, stands at 4,805 meters, 15,766 feet, and is located on the border of Italy and France. This massive range significantly influences Europe's climate by acting as a barrier to cold air masses from the North Atlantic. Of course, we can't overlook the Ural Mountains in Russia. Besides conventionally dividing Europe and Asia, they also significantly influence the climate of nearby territories. This mountain range extends 2,500 kilometers, 1,600 miles, with the widest part exceeding 150 kilometers, 93 miles. It is believed that these mountains have been around for 300 million years. But there are too many mountains in Eurasia to explore all of them, so let's come down from the peaks. Eurasia is also renowned for its plains and has 6 of the 10 largest plains on the planet. The East European Plain, second only in size to the Amazon basin, spans just under 4 million square kilometers, 2 million square miles. From the Scandinavian and Sudeten Mountains to the Ural and the Caucasus, the plain's dimensions virtually match those of the East European platform, shaping its relief. Other notable formations include the Central Siberian Plateau, the Arabian Plateau, and the West Siberian lowland, as well as 2 other large plains, the Deccan Plateau and the Indo-Gangetic Plain, both located on the Indian subcontinent. Let's not forget about the deserts. Eurasia is home to the Gobi Desert, the 6th largest desert in the world and the largest one in Asia. It's a vast arc formed by a long chain of local deserts and semi-deserts, stretching over 1,600 kilometers, 1,000 miles from the southwest to the northeast, and 800 kilometers, 500 miles from north to south, covering the southern third of Mongolia and the northern provinces of China. Yet, deserts aren't Eurasia's most defining feature. The continent is much richer in water bodies. Thanks to its impressive size, Eurasia boasts hundreds of water-rich and long rivers. No other continent is so abundant in large water bodies. The Arctic Ocean receives water from the short rivers of the Scandinavian peninsula and Eurasia's largest rivers like the Ob, Yenisei, Lena, Northern Dvina, and Pechora, all located in Russia. These rivers primarily rely on snowmelt for their flow, freeze over for extensive periods in winter, and undergo heavy flooding in spring. The Lena is the longest among these rivers. While the Yenisei is the most voluminous. Lake Baikal, the world's deepest lake, belongs to the Arctic Ocean basin. The rivers of Western, Southern, and partly Eastern Europe belong to the Atlantic Ocean basin. The rivers of Western and Southern Europe mainly originate in the mountains. Western Europe has a dense network of rivers and many freshwater lakes. In the far west's maritime climate, rivers remain unfrozen and full-flowing throughout the year. The largest among them is the Seine. Rivers like the Vistula, Oder, and Elbe freeze only briefly. The largest rivers of the Atlantic basin are the Danube, Rhine, and Dnieper. Rivers flowing into the Mediterranean Sea are usually short and shallow. In summer, they often dry up, with many running dry entirely. However, the region is also abundant in lakes, particularly glacial tectonic lakes in northwestern Europe. The largest are Ladoga and Onega in Russia. Central Europe has tectonic lakes such as Lake Constance, Lake Geneva, Lake Balaton, and many others that are smaller in size. The large rivers of the Pacific Basin originate in high mountains. Apart from the northern part of the continent, Pacific Basin rivers are rain-fed, maintaining a consistent flow year-round. In areas with a monsoon climate, like that of the Amur River, river water levels fluctuate significantly based on the season. Prominent rivers such as the Yellow River, Yangtze, and Mekong originate from the Tibetan Plateau. The Indus, Ganges, Brahmaputra, Tigris, and Euphrates are the most notable among the major rivers of the Indian Ocean basin. They are replenished by rain and ice. Eurasia also hosts rivers that do not contribute their waters to any ocean. For instance, the Volga, the largest river in Europe, flows into the Caspian Sea, which is not connected to the world ocean. Eurasia's interior regions, comprised of deserts and semi-deserts, are almost devoid of watercourses. The largest rivers here are the Amu Darya and Syr Darya, mainly sustained by glacial and snowmelt. These rivers once fed into the Aral Sea, which has nearly disappeared. The river waters now vanish in the Aralkum, a new desert formed in its place. Technically, the Aral Sea was also a lake. As previously mentioned, Eurasia is washed by 4 oceans, each differently influencing its climatic conditions and the distribution of natural zones. The variation depends on the nature of the coastline, the location of major relief forms such as mountains, the prevailing wind directions, as well as the temperature of ocean currents. The presence of oceans brings air masses that deliver life-sustaining moisture. Now seems like a perfect time to explore the climate of Eurasia. Let's start with the Pacific Ocean side. Pacific air masses influence the climate of only a small portion of Eurasia's eastern coast. Arctic air from the Arctic Ocean becomes continental and influences the continent's climate due to the absence of latitudinal mountain ranges. The Himalayas limit the impact of the Indian Ocean's air masses, so all precipitation remains at the foothills. That's why the Masanram, located in northeastern India, is considered the wettest place on Earth. It literally means the land of clouds. The annual average precipitation here is 11,872 millimeters, 467 inches. Eurasia spans all 7 climatic zones: Arctic, subarctic, temperate, subtropical, tropical, subequatorial, and equatorial. The North Atlantic Current, with its warm waters, plays a crucial role in shaping the Eurasian climate. It facilitates the spread of precipitation inland and warms Western Europe. The northern islands and continental coast of the Arctic Ocean have an Arctic climate type. Cold air masses from the Arctic prevail throughout the year. A sharply continental climate type is observed in Iceland and northern Scandinavia, characterized by long, harsh winters and brief summers. The temperate zone occupies the most extensive territory. It encompasses 4 climatic regions. The moderately maritime climatic type is observed in the extreme west, near the Atlantic coast. The winter season here is warm, and the summer is cool. Precipitation occurs throughout the year. Cyclones cause weather changes, bringing warmth in summer and coolness in winter. The moderately continental climate type dominates the east. As one moves away from the ocean, precipitation decreases, and winters become harsher. This is the continental climate type, found in Central Asia and Siberia. Continental air masses dominate here throughout the year. Winter is long and extremely cold. Summer can be very hot. There are stark temperature contrasts between seasons. The eastern part of Eurasia is characterized by a monsoon climate type, known for its sharp temperature differences. Winds bring moisture from the Pacific coast, making the summer season rainy and warm. Winter monsoons bring cold continental air masses, increasing atmospheric pressure and resulting in dry and windy winters. The subtropical zone stretches across all of Eurasia. The subtropical Mediterranean climate type is observed in the southwestern part of the continent, along with the Mediterranean coast. Summers here are dry and hot, while winters are rainy and warm. The subtropical climate type is found in the central regions of the subtropics. Summers are hot. Winters are cold with sparse precipitation. In the eastern part of the subtropical zone, the subtropical monsoon climate type is prevalent, especially in China and Japan. The Arabian Peninsula and the Iranian Plateau are characterized by a dry desert tropical climate type, with extremely hot summers. In the equatorial belt, a maritime equatorial climate prevails, characterized by abundant rainfall and high temperatures. While continental climate types are widespread, Eurasia encompasses all possible natural zones, resulting in an exceptionally diverse nature. Now, let's explore this truly vibrant natural kaleidoscope. The distribution of modern wild fauna across the territory depends on the characteristics of natural conditions and, of course, human activity. Of course, we've played our part here, and it wasn't the best one. Let's start with the north. The most common large mammal in the tundra is the reindeer. The tundra is also home to the Arctic fox, lemming, and Arctic hare. Among birds, the willow ptarmigan and rock ptarmigan are the most widespread. In the summer, seagulls, loons, mergansers, geese, ducks, and swans migrate to the tundra. The wildlife of the forest zone is best preserved in the taiga, home to wolves, brown bears, moose, lynxes, foxes, squirrels, wolverines, martens, and sables. Birds include capercaillies, black grouses, ptarmigans, and crossbills. The coastal waters, rivers, and lakes of northern Eurasia are also rich in fish. Now, let's move to the southwest. Animals typical of steppe habitats are commonly found in such zones, including the steppe polecat, ground squirrels, various mice, and voles. Among the large animals, the saiga antelope is still around. Birds are quite diverse. Some of the most iconic species are larks, swallows, and falcons. The faunal profile of the Anatolian Plateau, the Armenian Highlands, and the Iranian Plateau include typical ungulates, such as gazelles, antelopes, wild donkeys, Central Asian mountain sheep, and goats. Predators include leopards, lynxes, caracals, jackals, hyenas, and some fox species. There is a large population of hares, jerboas, gerbils, and even porcupines. Birds in Western Asia, especially those from the Central Asian deserts and steppes, include species like bustards, grouses, larks, and desert jays. Herons, flamingos, and pelicans are found near water bodies. There is also a great variety of reptiles, especially lizards and snakes, steppe pythons, vipers, horned vipers, rat snakes, and grass snakes. Moreover, there is a great abundance of arthropods, including solifuges, scorpions, and tarantulas. Reptiles, rodents, and ungulates dominate in the semi-deserts and deserts. Central Asia is home to the two-humped camel and the wild donkey, otherwise known as the kulan. In the mountain forests of southern China, the black Himalayan bear, leopard, and the iconic panda, a symbol of wildlife conservation, are found. Tigers roam in dense riverine bamboo and reed thickets, occasionally extending to the upper forest limit. The fauna of broad-leafed forests include the endemic raccoon dog and the far eastern forest cat. India and Indochina are known for their abundance of monkeys and a wide variety of reptiles, particularly venomous snakes. Now, let's transition from Asia to Europe and explore the wildlife there. European forests were once teeming with numerous large mammals, both predators and herbivores, hunted for their meat or valuable fur. Today, although their numbers have drastically declined, species such as the bison, roe deer, red deer, wolverine, pine marten, polecat, weasel, wildcat, fox, hedgehog, mountain hare, and European hare are still around. The brown bear no longer inhabits plains, instead favoring mountainous areas, particularly the Carpathians. Notable among the endemic mountain species are the chamois, mountain goats, and marmots. Mixed and broadleaf forests house partridges, black grouses, capercaillies, and hazel grouses. These forests are also alive with songbirds, including thrushes, orioles, warblers, and nightingales. Owls, eagle owls, pigeons, and cuckoos are frequently seen. Waterfowl nest around water bodies. Swallows, rooks, and storks prefer to make their homes near human settlements. Most of these birds are migratory. In autumn, entire aerial caravans of geese, ducks, cranes, and flocks of rooks follow precise migration routes southward, only to return to their nesting sites in spring. The rivers and lakes are mainly populated by carp species, but salmonids are also found. The fauna of southern Europe includes primitive predators, birds, monkeys, and a large number of amphibians and reptiles, which are almost absent in the more northern regions of Eurasia. Yes, you heard that right. There are monkeys in Europe. The colony of Barbary macaques in Gibraltar is the only one living in the wild in the entirety of Europe. The common gannet, a member of the viverrid family, lives in the Pyrenees and southern France. If you haven't heard this word until now, then seeing once is better than hearing it twice. Look how cute this cat is. But keep in mind that it's a fierce predator. Wild goats still roam the mountainous areas with sparse vegetation in the Aegean Islands and the southern Balkan Peninsula. In the Mediterranean, goats are widespread and in some areas are the sole domestic animals. Southern Europe is home to the Pyrenean desman, porcupine, jackal, and wild rabbit. The region's bird life, as distinctive as its mammals, includes the blue magpie, rock partridge, Sardinian warbler, Spanish and rock sparrow, among others. Predatory birds such as the black vulture, griffon vulture, and bearded vulture are also common. Reptiles flourish in the dry climate. Endemic species include gecko lizards, chameleons, the Mediterranean viper, and other snake species. Terrestrial turtles are represented by the Greek tortoise. The region also has an abundance of arthropods, including scorpions, freshwater crabs, a variety of beetles, cicadas, and vividly colored butterflies. let's revisit Central Asia and take a closer look at these fascinating lands. The desert plateaus and mountain ranges of Central Asia have some unique fauna. It is characterized by a relative scarcity of species and a dominance of ungulates and rodents. These animals are adapted to the vast, treeless, and waterless expanses characteristic of Central Asia's heartland, where few creatures choose to reside. Some animals are restricted to specific areas of Central Asia, while others are widespread throughout the region. The wild yak, for instance, is almost exclusively native to Tibet. This large animal thrives on the sparse vegetation of high desert plateaus and endures the harsh continental climate, though it cannot withstand high temperatures. In the Tibetan Plateau and Central Asian mountains, argali, addax, and Marco Polo sheep are quite common. The Mongolian gazelle, wild ass, kulan, and the extremely rare kiang, along with the wild two-humped Bactrian camel, roam the steppe and semi-desert plains of Mongolia and northwest China. Predators in Central Asia are not as varied as ungulates. In the mountains, one can find the snow leopard, also known as the unts, as well as the Tibetan subspecies of the brown bear and wolf. Foxes, gray wolves, weasels, and jackals are almost ubiquitous. Rodents are abundantly represented in plains and mountainous areas, both in terms of species diversity and population size. Birds are especially diverse in mountainous areas, including the Himalayan manau, Tibetan snowcock, alpine chough, bearded vulture, and wall creeper. On the plains, bustards, partridges, and larks are commonly seen. Central Asia has few reptiles and amphibians, but some lizard and snake species and the land tortoise are prevalent. The rest of southern Eurasia, within the Indo-Malayan realm, is characterized by a rich biodiversity and ancient wildlife. Notable ungulates of the Malay archipelago include the Malayan or two-colored tapir, which has relatives in South America, the one-horned Indian and two-horned Sumatran rhinoceroses, and the wild bantang, ancestor of Balinese domestic cattle, the Indian buffalo, and the gaur. Among omnivores, the Malayan bear, curiously named the sun bear, stands out as perhaps the strangest and smallest bear in the world. On the islands of Sumatra and Kalimantan, one of the great ape species, the orangutan, is found. Gibbons, Old World monkeys, and some species of macaques are quite common. Tree shrews and primitive primates like lorises, closely related to primates and insectivores, are also present. The giant Komodo dragon, the largest of modern lizards, inhabits the relatively small island of Komodo, reaching 3 meters, 9.8 feet in length, and weighing up to 70 kilograms, 150 pounds. The rivers of Kalimantan host the large gharial crocodile. There are many venomous snakes, with cobras being the most dangerous. Pythons are also common, the largest being the reticulated python, which is the longest snake in the world, and the third heaviest after the anaconda and the Burmese python, reaching up to 6.5 meters, 21 feet, 4 inches in length, and weighing up to 75 kilograms, 165 pounds. As we can see, Eurasian wildlife can easily rival that of any other continent. But even more fascinating is the world of humans. We are accustomed to marveling at the exotic ancient civilizations of South America or Egypt. Yet, these become insignificant when compared to the immense and diverse array of civilizations that originated in Eurasia, whose legacies have shaped the modern world. We often don't even know whom to thank for the most commonplace things. Get ready to learn about some astonishing discoveries. Ancient Rome represents a massive epoch in human civilization, originating in the 8th century BCE and concluding in the 1500s CE. It has profoundly influenced the entire world as we know it today. The Romans perfected primitive Egyptian irrigation canals and created a comprehensive aqueduct system. This was a colossal breakthrough. Aqueducts, fountains, public baths, toilets, and underground sewer systems. All these were conceived, invented, and built by the Romans. Many ancient Roman structures like the Pantheon, Colosseum, and Roman Forum have survived to this day thanks to the use of cement and concrete. Yep, the Romans also invented concrete. They began using it in the construction of aqueducts, buildings, bridges, and monuments more than 2,100 years ago throughout the Mediterranean basin. Roman concrete, while not as strong as its modern counterpart, was surprisingly durable due to its unique formula. The Romans used slacked lime and volcanic ash, creating a kind of sticky paste. This mixture was exceptionally chemically stable. Such concrete maintained its properties even when submerged in seawater, allowing its use in building piers and harbors. Of course, we owe the concept of roads, not just pathways, but as a civilizational invention, to Roman civilization. At its peak, the Roman Empire spanned nearly 5 million square kilometers, about 2 million square miles, encompassing most of southern Europe. To effectively manage such a vast territory, the Romans built the most sophisticated road system of the ancient world, adhering to strict standards in road design, including the creation of specialized channels for water drainage. By 200 CE, the Romans constructed over 80,000 kilometers, 50,000 miles of roads. Milestones provided travelers with distances to their destinations, while specialized military units served as a sort of road police. Many of these standards have endured and spread globally with the expansion of Western civilization. How about something more refined? As true Eurasians, the Romans excelled here too. For much of our history, literature was confined to cumbersome clay tablets and scrolls. The Romans revolutionized this by introducing stacks of bound pages, a precursor to the modern book. Initially crafted from bound wax tablets, these soon evolved into parchment, the finest untanned leather. Indeed, every book, notebook, or journal on your desk is a legacy of Roman civilization. But there's an even more fundamental legacy. The modern Gregorian calendar closely resembles its Roman version that emerged over 2,000 years ago. The Julian calendar calculated a year as 365.25 days, adding an extra quarter day. In contrast, the Gregorian calendar computes a year as 365.2422 days, offering more precise timekeeping than the Julian model. Roman scientists and priests went through a long, complex, and at times paradoxical journey before they could develop the Gregorian calendar. In terms of structure and principle, it's almost identical to the Julian one. Not only the calendar, but many modern legal terms also originate from the Roman legal system, which dominated for centuries. The global historical significance of Roman law lies in its universality, forming the basis of modern codes, especially civil laws. This is just a fraction of the legacy of one of Eurasia's most impactful civilizations, but there were others whose influence we also observe every day. Another civilization that originated in Eurasia, and the one that we can talk about for hours, is ancient Greece. It made a colossal contribution to world culture. We owe theater, literature, medicine, and politics to the ancient Greeks, but it gave us far more than spiritual values. The first prototype of the modern lifting crane appeared about 2,500 years ago and was used for building stone temples in Corinth and Isthmia. This ancient machine could move blocks weighing up to 400 kilograms, 880 pounds, and lift people to the construction sites. The winch, too, was likely first used in ancient Greece. Thanks to the first mechanism using a winch, human productivity increased by 6 to 7-fold. The forerunner to the modern screw mechanism is credited to the renowned ancient Greek scientist and engineer Archimedes. The screw-like mechanism he invented was used to transfer water from low-lying bodies of water to fields and cities. It was powered by draft animals or slaves. Sadly, high art, poetry, and engineering coexisted in ancient society with such a heinous phenomenon as slavery. The ancient Greek mechanic and mathematician Heron of Alexandria is credited with inventing the first steam engine in human history. However, initially, the device wasn't intended to convert steam energy into mechanical work, but was used for pneumatic experiments. Furthermore, central heating, a pair of compasses, and the odometer were also invented in ancient Greece, and that's far from a complete list. We've only briefly reviewed two of the most significant civilizations born in the European part of Eurasia. But what about the Asian part? The legacy there is not only equally significant, but perhaps even more extensive, albeit less noticeable.